Section 13 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Kelly Taylor.
The Prompter's Daughter by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 4. Tina had just entered her 6th year when she was entrusted with the role of the young Duke of York in Shakespeare's tragedy Richard III. The pulse of true genius stirred within her soul, always exultant when her high gifts were brought into use, caused her to experience an inexplicable, indescribable fascination for her profession, a fascination that counterbalanced the weariness, the anxieties, the trials that crowd the actor's smoothest pathway. Even at that early age, she was a close student of her art. She had an intense love for the poet's conception and for its lifelike embodiment, rather than any undue fondness for applause. The latter was overvalued as a token that she had fitly interpreted her author, that she had done her duty. The power of mental concentration, of total self-forgetfulness, is the first great element of dramatic success, and this she possessed in an eminent degree. The character of the young Duke of York she studied with an all-absorbing enthusiasm. In Act 4th, the Duke of York enters with the Archbishop of York, Queen Elizabeth, and the Duchess of York. The following is the dialogue. Duchess: I long with all my heart to see the Prince. I hope he is much grown since last I saw him. Queen Elizabeth: But I hear no. They say my son of York hath almost o'ertake him in his growth. York: Ay, mother, but I would not have it so. Duchess: Why, my good cousin, it is good to grow. York: Grandam, one night as we did sit at supper, my uncle Rivers talked how I did grow, more than my brother. Ay, quoth my uncle Gloucester, some herbs have grace, great weeds do grow apace, and since, methinks, I would not grow so fast, because sweet flowers are slow and weeds make haste. Duchess: Good faith, the saying did not hold in him that did object the same to thee. He was the wretchedest thing when he was young, so long a-growing and so leisurely, that if his rule were true he would be gracious. Archbishop: And so, no doubt, he is, my gracious madam. Duchess: I hope he is, but yet let mothers doubt. York: Now, by my troth, if I had been remembered, I could have given my uncle's grace a flout, to touch his growth nearer than he touched mine. Duchess: How, my good York? I prithee, let me hear it. York: Mary, they say my uncle grew so fast that he could gnaw a crust at 2 hours old. 'Twas full 2 years ere I could get a tooth. Grandam, this would have been a biting jest. Duchess: I pray thee, pretty York, who told you this? York: Grandam, his nurse. Duchess: His nurse? Why, she was dead ere thou wert born. York: If it were not she, I cannot tell who told me. Queen Elizabeth: A parlous boy. Go to, you are too shrewd. These salient points were given with an earnest archness that evinced how thoroughly the child comprehended the character she assumed. In the 3rd act, the young Duke enters again, accompanied by Hastings and the Cardinal. His elder brother, the Prince of Wales, thus greets the youthful Duke. Prince: Richard of York, how fares our loving brother? A touch of childlike deference mingled with the tone of affection in which the young Duke replied. York: Well, dread lord, so I must call you now. Prince: Ay, brother, to our grief as it is yours. Too late he died that might have kept that title, which by his death hath lost much majesty. Gloucester: How fares our cousin, noble Lord of York? York: I thank you, gentle uncle, O my lord, you said that idle weeds are fast in growth. The prince my brother hath outgrown me far. Gloucester. He hath, my lord. York. And therefore is he idle? Gloucester. O my fair cousin, I must not say so. York. Then he is more beholden to you than I. Gloucester. He may command me as my sovereign, but you have power in me as a kinsman. York. I pray you, uncle, then give me this dagger. Gloucester. My dagger, little cousin, with all my heart. Prince. A beggar, brother. York. Of my kind uncle, that I know will give, and being but a toy, which is no grief to give. Gloucester. A greater gift than that I'll give my cousin. York. A greater gift? Oh, that's the sword to it. Gloucester. Ay, gentle cousin, were it light enough. York. Oh, then, I see, you'll part with but light gifts. In weightier things you'll say, a beggar, nay. Gloucester. It is too weighty for your grace to bear. York. I weigh it lightly, were it heavier. Gloucester. What? Would you have my weapon, little lord? York. I would that I might thank you as you call me. Gloucester. How? York. Little. Prince. My lord of York will still be cross in talk, uncle. Your grace knows how to bear with him. York. You mean to bear me, not to bear with me. Uncle, my brother mocks both you and me. Because I am little, like an ape, he thinks that you should bear me on your shoulders. Buckingham. With what sharp provided wit he reasons. To mitigate the scorn he gives his uncle, he prettily and aptly taunts himself. So cunning and so young is wonderful. Gloucester. My gracious lord, will please you to pass along. Myself and my good cousin Buckingham will you to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the Tower and welcome you. York. What? Will you go into the Tower, my lord? Prince. My Lord Protector needs will have it so. York. I will not sleep quiet in the Tower. Gloucester. Why, sir, what would you fear? York. Mary, my Uncle Clarence' angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. Prince. I fear no uncles dead. Gloucester. Nor none that live, I hope. Prince. And if they live, I hope I need not fear. But come, my lord, and with a heavy heart, thinking on them, I go unto the Tower. The prince twins his arms around the reluctant York, who looks back to Gloucester with a doubtful glance, shaking his head mournfully while he goes out, as if some dark foreshadowing of his fate
were flitting across his mind.
Will it be credited that the hearty applause called forth by Tina's acting excited the displeasure of the distinguished tragedian who represented Richard? He felt as though the child's delineation of her part rendered her too prominent in a picture where he had the right to stand in solitary conspicuousness. He desired alone to engross the public eye. His surroundings must all be subordinate accessories, satellites that would not interfere with his more luminous shining. That he could exhibit envy towards a child may seem an absurdity to many. It will be recognized as an incident of constant occurrence by those who move within the narrow circle of the profession. At the close of the play there was, of course, a call for Upton, who had impersonated Richard, but he had scarcely made his bow before the footlights when a second cry arose for the young Duke of York. The child had never before been honored by a similar summons, one which actors highly value. After the exertions and fatigues of the evening, the call before the curtain is to them a refreshing mark of approval, which stars are very unwilling to forego. Robin, from his prompter's seat, heard the name of his child rising in peals. His breast glowed with tumultuous transport, yet stage etiquette forbade him to apprise Tina or in any manner to notice the wishes of the audience until the stage manager sent forth his orders. Mr. Tuttle adhered to the principle of never putting an actor forward for fear that he might rise above his control or demand an increase of salary. He listened to the call, comprehended it perfectly, secretly admitted its justice, but to all appearance remained singularly deaf. He issued no commands. He hoped the audience would grow weary and the applause die away. But the impression made was too deep. The acclamations only grew louder when the audience found its demand was unnoticed. Mr. Higgins, who, from his post in the box-keeper's office, could overhear all that took place, now hastened behind the scenes and demanded why Tuttle had not sent on the child. It was the manager's policy to encourage this favoritism of his patrons, for it rendered Tina doubly valuable to him. As for spoiling the Truehearts, he had no fear of that. He had too great a hold on them. But he asked himself, would have engaged a hunchbacked prompter. Did he answer himself that when Robin Trueheart applied for a situation, that hunch had given the wily manager a pretext for cutting off 1/3 of the prompter's usual salary? Oh, no, he forgot that small item, and actually persuaded himself that he had employed Robin out of charity. "Send on Miss Trueheart at once, Tuttle," said Higgins majestically. Mr. Tuttle bowed and declared that he was just on the point of doing so, then ordered the prompter to notify Miss Trueheart to appear before the curtain without delay, also to summon Richmond of the evening to conduct her. Robin's heart beat with a stroke that was almost audible. Up the long, narrow flight of stairs he scrambled, taking 2 steps at a time. Susan had not anticipated this tribute to her child's talents. She had distrobed Tina of her black velvet tunic, glittering with bugle embroidery. The child was now attired in a coarse red calico dress and a white bib. She was sitting on her mother's knee, half asleep, when Robin knocked at the door, for the dressing room was appropriated to 6 ladies besides Susan. In an agitated tone, he told Susan to bring out Tina. "What is it, Robin dear?" asked Susan, opening the door. "Bring the birdie, quickly. She is called before the curtain. Do you hear those shouts, wife? They are calling for her, for our little one. She played magnificently. Come quickly." Susan had never heard her grave, tranquil husband speak so rapidly, so incoherently. She was lost in amazement, and so was the suddenly awakened child. But Robin took the latter in his arms and ran down the steps. Such an interval had elapsed, he feared the call would cease. The gentleman who impersonated Richmond was standing by the curtain, waiting for it to be drawn back. Susan had only recovered her presence of mind in time to say, "You are to curtsy, darling, as you cross the stage. Curtsy several times, as often as they seem to want." When the audience beheld, instead of the noble Duke of York, in his rich ducal garb, the little girl, evidently startled out of sleep, in her calico dress and white bib and rough shoes, there was a general laugh. But Tina curtsied gracefully, and half laughed herself, comprehending their cause and merriment. She had established a species of magnetic communication between herself and her audiences, and this response to their mirth drew her more closely to them. They saw, too, how lovely was this child in her mean attire, how little costlier raiment had contributed to display her infantile grace and beauty. Susan could hardly sleep for joy that night, and Robin lay in waking dream. But Tina's slumbers were undisturbed by the weight of her fresh laurels. Richard III was repeated several nights in succession. Tina's performance was an acknowledged feature, which added to the popularity of the tragedy. She was always called before the curtain. But Susan was too hopeful of the repetition of that honor again
to substitute the red calico dress
for the ducal vestments. Even Mr. Upton's heart was not proof against the child's witchery of manner. She continued so docile, so unelated by adulation. Rumor whispered in Mr. Higgins' ear that other theaters were about to make Robin advantageous offers. The hit made by his daughter had been noised about London. The manager was quite aware that father and mother, as well as their little one, could command much better salaries than he allowed them, salaries that would place them in comparatively easy circumstances. Before these whispers of preferment could reach Robin, the prompter was summoned to the box office. Mr. Higgins praised Tina in a highly sententious and condescending manner, then inquired whether Robin would not like to sign a contract for the engagement of himself, his wife, and his child for 3 years. The wily manager took great care to impress upon the poor prompter's mind that he meant to confer on him and his needy family an especial favor. As a mark of his generosity, he proposed to raise Tina's salary from 10 shillings per week to 15. Robin's upright manner harbored no suspicions. He thankfully signed the contract, which, already drawn up, lay upon the table. On his return home, he was rejoicing with Susan over this increase in their funds, and describing to her Mr. Higgins' unusual suavity of manner, when a letter was placed in his hands. It contained an offer for his services and those of Susan and Tina at the Princess's Theatre, with a salary of £10 per week. And he had engaged with Higgins to receive £3.25 weekly for 3 years. Robin crushed the letter in his hands after he perused it. Higgins must have known this, he exclaimed. He has bound me by this wicked contract, and prevented my rendering you and the birdie comfortable, besides laying up something for a rainy day. He has outwitted me, and what is to be done? Nothing could be done. Trueheart was forced to abide by the contract, from which Higgins, when he was told of this more lucrative offer, showed not the slightest intention of releasing him. King John was the next Shakespearean revival, and it was selected principally to give Tina an opportunity of appearing as Prince Arthur. Her gift of personation now revealed itself in a striking manner. There was a strong contrast between her piquant, shrewd, parlous Duke of York and the tender, melancholy, loving Prince Arthur. The scene in which Arthur pleads with Hubert, when he is commissioned to put out the prince's eyes, moved the audience to tears. A look of premature sorrow pervaded the whole mien. The weight of the early care betrayed itself in the child's very step when Arthur enters and greets Hubert with a subdued, "Good morrow, Hubert." Hubert. "Good morrow, little prince." Arthur. "As little prince, having so great a title, to be more prince as may be, you are sad." Hubert. "Indeed, I have been merrier." Arthur. "Mercy on me! Methinks nobody should be sad but I. Yet I remember when I was in France, young gentlemen would be sad at night only for wantonness. By my Christendom, so were I out of prison and kept sheep, I would be merry as the day is long, and so I would be here, but that I doubt my uncle practices more harm to me. He is afraid of me, and I of him. Is it my fault that I am Geoffrey's son? No, indeed, 'tis not. And I would to heaven I were your son, and so you would love me, Hubert?" Hubert. "If I talk to him with his innocent prate, he will awake my mercy, which is dead. Therefore I will be sudden and desperate." Arthur. "Are you sick, Hubert? You look pale today. In sooth, I would you were a little sick, that I would sit all night and watch with you. I warrant I love you more than you do me. Hubert. His words do take possession of my bosom. Read here, young Arthur, showing a paper. How now, foolish room, aside. Turning a most dispiteous torture out of door, I must be brief, lest resolution drop out at mine eyes in tender womanish tears. Can you not read it? Is it not fair writ? Arthur. Too fairly, Hubert, for so foul effect. Must you with hot irons burn out mine eyes? Hubert. Young boy, I must. Arthur. And will you? Hubert. And I will. Arthur. Have you the heart? When your head did but ache, I knit my handkerchief about your brows. The best I had, a princess wrought it me, and I did never ask it you again.
And with my hand at midnight held your head.
And, like the watchful minutes of the hour, still and anon cheered up the heavy time, saying, What lack you, and where lies your grief, or what good love may I perform you? Many a poor man's son would have lain still, and ne'er spoken a loving word to you, but you at your sick service had a prince. Nay, you may think your love was crafty love, and calling it cunning, do, and if you will. If heaven be pleased that you must use me ill, why, then you must. Will you put out mine eyes? These eyes that never did, nor ever shall, so much as frown on you? Hubert. I have sworn to do it, and with hot irons I must burn them out. Arthur. Ah, but none in this iron age would do it. The iron of itself, though heat red hot, approaching near these eyes, would drink my tears, and quench his fiery indignation, even in the matter of mine innocence. Nay, after that, consume away in rust, but for containing fire to harm mine eye. Are you more stubborn hard than hammered iron? And if an angel should have come to me, and told me Hubert should put out mine eyes, I believe no tongue but Hubert's. Hubert. Come forth. Stamp. Enter attendance with cord, iron, and etc. Do as I bid you. Arthur. Oh, save me! Hubert, save me! Mine eyes are out, even with the fierce look of these bloody men. Hubert. Give me the iron, I say, and bind him here. Arthur. Alas! Why need you so boisterous rough? I will not struggle. I will stand stone still. For heaven's sake, Hubert, let me not be bound. Nay, here, Hubert, drive these men away, and I will sit as quiet as a lamb. I will not stir, nor wince, nor speak a word, nor look upon the iron angrily. Thrust but these men away, and I'll forgive you, whatever torment you do put me to. Hubert. Go stand within. Let me alone with him. First Attendant. I am best pleased to be away from such a deed. Exeunt attendants. Arthur. Alas, then I have chid away my friend. He hath a stern look, but a gentle heart. Let him come back, that his compassion may give life to yours. Hubert. Come, boy, prepare yourself. Arthur. Is there no remedy? Hubert. None but to lose your eyes. Arthur. Oh, heaven, that there were but a note in yours, a grain, a dust, a gnat, a wandering hair, any annoyance in those precious scents. Then, feeling what small things are boisterous there, your vile intent must needs seem horrible. Hubert. Is this your promise? Go to, hold your tongue. Arthur. Hubert, the utterance of a brace of tongues must needs want pleading for a pair of eyes. Let me not hold my tongue. Let me not, Hubert. Or, Hubert, if you will, cut out my tongue so I may keep mine eyes. Oh, spare mine eyes, though no use but to still look upon you. Lo, by my troth, The instrument is cold, and would not harm me. Hubert. I can heat it, boy. Arthur. No, in good sooth, the fire is dead with grief, being create for cold, to be used in undeserved extremes. See, else you yourself, there is no malice in this burning cold. The breath of heaven hath blown his spirit out, and strewn repentant ashes on his head. Hubert. But with my breath I can revive it, boy. Arthur. And if you do, you will but make it blush and glow with the shame of your proceedings, Hubert. Nay, it perchance will sparkle in your eyes, and, like a dog that is compelled to fight, snatch at its master that doth tear him on. All things that you should use to do me wrong deny their office. Only you do lack that mercy which fierce fire and iron extend, creatures of note for mercy lacking uses. Hubert. Well, see to live. I will not touch thine eyes, for all the treasures that thine uncle owes. Yet I am sworn, and I did purpose, boy, with this same very iron to burn them out. Arthur. Oh, now you look like Hubert. All this while you were disguised. Hubert. Peace, no more. Adieu. Your uncle must not know, but you are dead. I'll fill these dogged spies with false reports. And, pretty child, sleep doubtless and secure, that Hubert, for all the wealth of the world, will not offend thee. Arthur. Oh, heaven! I thank you, Hubert. The escaped prince next appears in the Act 4th, Scene 3rd, upon a wall before the castle, and speaks thus. Arthur. The wall is high, and yet I will leap down. Good ground.
Be pitiful.
And hurt me not. There is few or none do not know me, and if they did, this ship-boy's semblance hath disguised me quite. I am afraid, and yet I'll venture it. If I get down and do not break my limbs, I'll find 1,000 shifts to get away. As good to die and go as die and stay. He leaps down, and, after the fall, feebly groans out the words. Oh me! My uncle's spirit is on these stones. Heaven take my soul, and England keep my bones. Dies. The wall was sufficiently high to cause a shudder when the prince leaped down. Dread that the child was in reality injured was increased by the pathetic tone in which the last lines were delivered. Pembroke, Salisbury, and Bigot enter. The body of Arthur is not first perceived. Then Pembroke, bending over the corpse, gives utterance to that exquisite line, O death made proud with pure and princely beauty. Hubert brings the glad tidings that Arthur is safe, and is shown the boy, stark and dead upon the ground. When accused of his murder, he replies, "'Tis but an hour since I left him well. I honored him, I loved him, and weep my date of life out of his sweet life's loss." The child is born in Hubert's arms, and it was not until the close of his protracted scene that the anxiety of Tina's parents was relieved, and they found that she had escaped injury. She was so light and supple that, by relaxing her limbs when she fell and making no resistance, she might have dropped from a much more alarming height without receiving a bruise. Her performance of Prince Arthur had made so deep an impression that the papers now began to trumpet her praises. Mr. Upton, whose admiration for the child's dramatic gifts and attraction to her lovable character had overcome his former sense of professional envy, proposed the production of William Tell and Tina's appearance as Albert. There was a long discussion at the manager's table. Tina could, doubtless, enact Albert and make what the low comedian humorously styled a hard hit and striking hit. But her exceedingly delicate features, her fairy-like proportions, were partially unsuited to the bold, sturdy mountain boy. "We expect to see a tall man when Othello is personated," suggested Mr. Upton, "but I believe no one remembered Mr. Kean's diminutive stature when he represented the Moor. His genius lifted him up until he looked grander than men of 6 feet who surrounded him." This argument was conclusive. The play was cast, and Tina commenced studying Albert. The character inspired her with fresh delight. When the appointed night came, Mr. Upton's judgment proved correct. Her vigorous step, the width and decisiveness of her movement, the power of her voice, the rustic boldness of her bearing, caused the unsuitableness of her stature to be overlooked. In the same scene, the boy springs down the rocks at the call of Emma, his mother. The replies to her 2 first queries, though so simple, were spoken in a tone of deep reverence, which the child could not have simulated had not her heart been so full of unaffected devoutness. Emma: "Knelt you when you got up today?" Albert: "I did, and do so every day." Emma: "I know you do, and think you when you kneel, to whom you kneel." Albert: "I do." Emma: "You have been early up, when I, that played the sluggard in comparison, am up full early, for the highest peaks alone as yet behold the sun. Now tell me what you ought to think upon when you see the sun so shining on the peak." Albert: "That as the peak feels not the pleasant sun, or feels it least, so they who have the highest stand in fortune's smile are gladdened by it least or not at all." Emma: "And what's the profit you should turn this to?" Albert: "Rather to place my good in what I have, than to think it worthless, wishing to have more. For more is not more happiness so oft as less." Emma: "I'm glad you husband what you're taught. That is the lesson of content, my son. He who finds which has all, who misses nothing." Albert's shooting, his desire to emulate his heroic mountaineer his father, his attention to Tell's instructions concerning the use of the bow, all these interested the audience. But it was not until the second act, when Albert encounters Gessler fainting upon the rock, gives him to drink, and offers to show him the way to Altorf, that the dramatic abilities of the child were tested. Albert: "You've lost your way upon the hill." Gessler: "I have." Albert: "And whither would you go?" Gessler: "To Altorf." Albert: "I'll guide you hither." Gessler: "You're a child." Albert: "I know the way. The track I've come is far harder to find." Gessler: "The track you've come? What means you? Sure you have not been still further in the mountains." Albert: "I've travelled from Mount Ferrigel." Gessler: "No one with thee?" Albert: "No one but God." Gessler: "Do you not fear these storms?" Albert: "God's in the storms." Gessler: "And there's torrents, too, that must not be crossed." Albert: "God's by the torrent, too." Gessler: "You're but a child." Albert: "God will be with a child." Gessler: "You're sure you know the way?" Albert: "'Tis but to keep the side of yonder stream." Gessler: "But guide me safe, and I'll give thee gold." Albert: "I'll guide thee safe without." Gessler: "Here's earnest for thee." Offers gold. "Here, I'll double that. Yea, treble it. But see me at the gate. To Aldorf. Why would you refuse the gold? Take it." Albert: "No." Gessler: "You shall." Albert: "I will not." Gessler: "Why?" Albert: "Because I do not covet it. And though I did, it would be wrong to take it at the price of doing one a kindness." Gessler: "Ha! Who taught thee that?" Albert: "My father." Gessler: "Does he live in Altorf?" Albert: "No, in the mountains." Gessler: "How? A mountaineer? He should become a tenant of the city. He'd gain by it. Albert. Not so much as he might lose by it. Gessler. What might he lose by it? Albert. Liberty. Gessler. Indeed. He also taught thee that? Albert. He did. Gessler. His name? Albert. This is the way to Altorf, sir. Gessler. I'd know thy father's name. Albert. The day is wasting. We have far to go. Gessler. Thy father's name, I say. Albert. I will not tell it thee. Gessler. Not tell it to me? Why? Albert. You may be an enemy of his. Gessler. May be a friend. Albert. May be, but should you be an enemy, although I would not tell you my father's name, I'd guide you safe to Altorf. Will you follow me? Gessler. Ne'er mind thy father's name. What would it profit me to know? Thy hand. We are not enemies. Albert. I never had an enemy. Gessler. Lead on. Albert. Advance yourself as you descend, and fix it well. Come on. Gessler. What? Must we make that steep? Albert. 'Tis nothing. Come. I'll go before, ne'er fear. Come on. Come on. Exeunt. Gessler and Albert are next seen at the gate of Altorf. Albert. You're at the gate of Altorf. Gessler. Tarry, boy. Albert. I would be back. I'm waited for. Gessler. Come back. Who waits for thee? Come, tell me. I'm rich and powerful and can reward. Albert. 'Tis close on evening. I have to go. I'm late. Gessler. Stay. I can punish too. Albert. I might have left you on the hill where I found you, fainting, and the mist around you, but I stopped and cheered you until to yourself you came again. I offered to guide you when you could not find the way, and I have brought you to the gate of Altorf. Gessler. Boy, do you know me? Albert. No. Gessler. Why fear you then to trust me with your father's name? Speak. Albert. Why do you desire to know it? Gessler. You have served me, and I would thank him if I chanced to pass his dwelling. Albert. 'Twould not please him that service so trifling should be made so much of. Gessler. Trifling? You saved my life. Albert. Then do not question me, but let me go. Gessler. When I have learned from thee thy father's name. What ho! Sentinel within. Who's there? Gessler. Gessler. Albert. Ha, Gessler. The gate is open. Gessler to the soldiers. Seize him. Wilt thou tell me thy father's name? Albert. No. Gessler. I can bid them cast thee into a dungeon. Wilt thou tell it to me now? Albert. No. Gessler. I can bid them strangle thee. Wilt thou tell it? Albert. Never. Gessler. Away with him. Soldiers take off Albert through the gate. In the third act, William Tell has been taken prisoner and brought before Gessler. Albert refuses to recognize his father, whose life he fears he may endanger. Tell, also, sentenced by the tyrant to die, will not acknowledge the boy, and bids him farewell as though he were the child of another, sending by him a message to his mother. But when Albert is sentenced to death by the inhuman Gessler, the father is overpowered. He yields to conquering nature, embraces his child, confessing that he is a parent. Then Gessler offers him freedom if he will shoot an apple from his child's head, risking that child's life, or an eye, or mangling of his cheek, his lips, the lips his mother has so often covered with kisses. After a fierce mental struggle, the father consents. The moment for the trial arrives. The arrow is aimed, faithfully sped. The boy is safe. Father and son are free. Albert has not many words to utter during this last thrilling scene, but the variations of the child's eloquent countenance, the spontaneous gesticulations, the by-play, as it is styled in stage parlance, spoke more emphatically than language, filled out the part even more fully and beautifully than it had been contrived by the poet. Tina's graphic delineation of Albert had assisted Mr. Upton in his personation of Tell. He was generous enough to admit the fact. The instant that the green curtain had fallen between the actors and the audience, he turned to Susan and said, "Ah, you may be well proud of her. She will make the first actress of her day. I never saw anything so true to nature." The call was now deafening all ears. Mr. Tuttle advanced. "They are calling you, Mr. Upton. Be so good as to not keep the audience waiting. Miss Trueheart, don't go to your room. They are calling you also. You will go out afterwards." "No," said Mr. Upton, warmly. "She richly deserves the call. She shall go on with me." A star who is supposed to receive all first honors and never to share them, to propose conducting before the footlights in answer to his own summons, a child, one of the stock company, the prompter's daughter. This was indeed an unprecedented condescension. The tragedian led Tina out. The unusually hearty welcome of the audience implied a recognition of the courteous act. This would have repaid him had he not been more amply compensated by that internal sense of delight that emanates from the consciousness of having performed a generous deed. He found an additional reward in the expression of Robin's countenance as he held back the curtain for them to make their exeunt, and said in a low, feeling tone, "I thank you, sir. Very few stars would have done what you have just done." End of section 13. Section 14 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Prompter's Daughter by Cora MOWATT. Chapter 5. Operatic melodies were as familiar to Tina's infant ears as the cradle lullaby to those of ordinary children. Susan had always taken part in choruses. She possessed a sweet, though not powerful voice, and a very accurate ear. Before her child's lisping tongue could prattle fluently, the mother commenced instructing her in one of the most important branches of her profession. Tina was in her 7th year before her musical faculties were discovered in the theater. She was then required to sing in a burlesque. The music apportioned to her was a parody upon several popular airs. The gush of bird-like melody that broke from her lips at rehearsal, the clear, warbled notes, took all ears captive and hushed every other sound. Those within listening could not choose but mutely listen. Then her face sang, her eyes shot out vocal light, her whole frame penetrated and thrilled through and through with the spirit of melody. The leader of the orchestra was in ecstasy. Need the effect upon the audience at night be related? From that time the new songster caroled nightly to enchanted ears. Mr. Higgins announced to his stage manager that Shakespeare's Tempest would be the next attraction presented to the public. Let it not be imagined that this refined selection was an evidence of Mr. Higgins' cultivation and taste. He was merely a judicious caterer for the public amusement. He had the skill of feeling the pulse of his audiences and discovering their requirements, of high art. Of the true purposes and ennobling objects of the stage he knew nothing. The theater was simply his means of gaining a livelihood, his workshop, where dramas to suit his customers were provided and manufactured, where artisans were paid as charily as possible for their labor. As for the elevated or debasing tone, the morality or immorality of the plays presented, these were not subjects upon which he wasted a thought. It so chanced that a class of audience who supported his theater were attracted by unobjectionable plays. Such, therefore, were placed before them, dished up by Mr. Higgins as a hotel purveyor serves his viands, consulting merely the appetite, not the health, of his guest. Had the patrons of his establishment preferred plays of an opposite character, Mr. Higgins, as far as the licenser permitted, could have surfeited them with the most highly seasoned immorality that could have been concocted. The Tempest was to be produced from the original text. The reader may not be aware of the existence of a stage version in which hapless Will Shakespeare is unmercifully mutilated. The noble Prospero has a spurious scion grafted onto his stock, and the peerless Miranda is furnished with a sister, an excrescence as unresembling herself as Goneril is unlike Cordelia. The character of the dainty Ariel, the delicate sprite, belongs, according to stage conventionalities, to the singer of the theater. That its delineation should be entrusted to a child was a novel idea, yet such was Mr. Higgins' proposal to his stage manager. Tina's great popularity and the spell of her flute-like music induced Mr. Higgins to make this bold experiment, a decided innovation on theatrical usage. Mr. Tuttle, accustomed as he was to bow and say aye to every suggestion of his superior, now ventured to demur. He urged that the singer of the theater, Miss Mellon, would probably throw up her engagement. The part belonged to her by right. That could be proved by all precedents. Then the music was difficult. Could Miss Trueheart master it in time? Could she execute it at all? Mr. Tuttle vehemently heaped his objections one upon another, and Mr. Higgins coolly swept them away, as though they had been a child's edifice of cards. He was one of those persons whom opposition always renders inflexible. "Cast the piece, sir, with Miss Trueheart as Ariel. I will arrange matters with Miss Mellon. If she choose to throw up her engagement, so much the better. Miss Trueheart will more than fill her place. One of these days, that child is invaluable to the establishment, and I can foresee what she is destined to become." And Tina was cast for Ariel. The cast of plays is hung in a glass frame in a conspicuous part of the green room. It is the duty of every actor to inspect the cast daily. Concerning its preparation, the members of the company are not consulted by the stage manager. In all well-regulated theaters, however, every actor is entitled to a certain line of business, and cannot be called upon to undertake any character which does not belong to the class for which he is engaged. Great was Susan's wonder and delight when, glancing over the cast of The Tempest, she read Tina's name as Ariel. A rehearsal was called to take place the next day. Away she ran to the stage, in hope that the business of the morning had not yet commenced, and she could communicate the good news to her husband. But the first act had that moment begun. It is an infringement of the rules for any person not engaged in rehearsing to cross the stage, or address the prompter, or in any way interfere with his duty. Susan and Robin had been accustomed to adhere strictly to all regulations, not merely from a dread of seeing their names inscribed in the awful forfeit book, which in its glaring red cover lay threateningly on the stage manager's table, but because obedience was a duty. A strict adherence to duty in trifles rendered easier the fulfillment of duty in matters of importance. Tina was not needed at the theater that morning, and there was no one near with whom Susan could share her delight. The happy mother could not speed her way home, and gladden the child with the good intelligence, and bid her commence studying forthwith, for Susan had a small part to rehearse, and could not absent herself. Soon she was summoned to the stage. She delivered her few lines, and had only to play the listener for some time. The temptation became so great that she could not forbear drawing nearer to the prompt table than customary, and, catching Robin's eye, she whispered, "Oh, Robin, such good news!" Robin looked at her inquiringly, and smiled because she smiled, but he was too strict a disciplinarian to induce her to say any more. At last the rehearsal was over, and Susan could give vent to her pent-up feelings of joy. She caught Robin's arm as he gathered up his books and paper. "Robin, have you seen the cast of The Tempest? Tina, our Tina, is cast as Ariel." "Is it possible? Ariel? Why, if you're dreaming, it is Miss Mellon's part." "It is our Tina's. They have cast it to her. Come and see." And she drew him to the green room, where several of the company were examining the cast. One of them read aloud: Prospero, Mr. Oldman; Miranda, Miss Lovelace; Ariel, Miss Trueheart. Robin and Susan waited, not to hear the possible comments. It was true, and if Tina was successful in this character, as they felt sure she would be, they might look forward to a glorious future for her. Already they began to build castles in the clouds. They pictured her at the topmost pinnacle of her profession, a star, released from half the trammels that render the stage an existence of perpetual weariness, trial, mortification to underlings. More, they painted her, in fancy, independent, rich, bidding adieu to the stage while she was still in the bloom of womanhood, giving her heart to one who was worthy of a woman's boundless devotion, at whose feet she would gladly cast her laurels down, rejoicing more than she ever rejoiced in wearing them, to feel herself fit beside an unambitious hearth to sit domestic queen. Upon this vision, the future, their minds reveled in a species of mental intoxication. Never had their quiet natures been so stirred, so elated. When they reached home, they could scarcely restrain themselves from confiding to their child all their hopes. But Tina's thoughts were quickly absorbed by the difficulties of the characters. With the perception of an artist, she felt the weight of the true artist's responsibilities. A few shelves suspended from the wall held her little library. 5 minutes after her parents entered the room, she was hunting among her books for The Tempest. The rest of the day beheld her seated on a low stool near the window, her head buried in her hands, the open book upon her knees. She was reading and rereading and pondering over Shakespeare's fine poetic creation, and gradually molding a conception in her own mind. As to the language of Ariel, that was memorized almost unconsciously. High cultivation will impart to the memory of an actor a rapidity in receiving impression which becomes a kind of mental daguerreotyping. Tina had no part to enact that evening and could remain at home. Before Susan left for the theater, the child begged her to sing the airs which Ariel executes. Fortunately, Susan was familiar with all of these peculiarly bewitching and fantastic melodies. The next morning, before the play was rehearsed, the leader of the orchestra proposed to instruct Miss Trueheart in music. His report to the manager was that she sang with such wonderful fidelity and expression, it was a delight to teach her. "And what will it be to hear her at night?" he added enthusiastically. "You see, Mr. Tuttle," said Higgins, with a self-congratulating air, "my judgment has proved somewhat better than yours, sir." Mr. Tuttle very humbly admitted the fact, asserting that it was no wonder, for Mr. Higgins' judgment was always better than that of anybody else, and nobody was more willing to admit this superiority than Mr. Tuttle himself. All the theater was in a state of excitement at the expected performance, for, in spite of the jealousies which would seem inseparable from the profession, true genius, once recognized, wins an involuntary reverence. Envy gives place to a species of characteristic generosity, and actors are magnetically attracted towards an individual whose talent surpasses their own. Even Miss Mellon came to the wing to hear Tina sing at rehearsal, and found no fault except that which was contained in the remark, "Shakespeare's Ariel was not a child. That's what makes it ridiculous." "Ariel was a sprite, a spirit," retorted one of Tina's warm admirers, and I suppose, as none of us ever saw a sprite or a spirit either, it would be difficult to give any authority for its not being impersonated by a wonderfully gifted child. A week elapsed, during which The Tempest was rehearsed daily. Then came the appointed night for its performance. The fair, fragile child, in her gossamer robe, looped here and there with sprays of bright seaweed, with her shining, filmy wings, her floating hair interwound with branches of white and scarlet coral, her girdle and bracelets of shells, looked the island sprite indeed, a being scarce earthly. Robin had not seen her aerial attire, for the piece was one that required the closest attention and tasked all his powers. The prompter's seat was a sort of nook on the right hand of the stage, close to the audience. It is worth describing. A high desk with a tall stool. On one side 5 leathern pockets, marked letters for first act, for act second, for act third, for act fourth, for act fifth. A 6th pocket with marriage contracts, parchment wills, and various legal documents. Near the desk are fixtures for turning off gas to darken the stage or turning it on to increase the light. A speaking trumpet through which the prompter directs the musicians, a little bell, the wire of which runs upward to the flies, and gives notice to elevate or lower the curtain. A 2nd bell for the descent of golden cars from which mythological personage alight upon the stage, or for lowering of rose-tinted clouds where cupids and other visionary beings make their appearance. Then there is a peephole through which the prompter has a view of the stage and can watch the actors. A 2nd peephole, not legitimate, by means of which he can get a bird's-eye view of the audience. Here sat Robin, in the midst of these stage appliances, anxiously waiting until the moment came when Tina, half bounded, half glided on the stage, exclaiming to Prospero, "All hail, great master! Grave sir, hail! I come to answer thy best pleasure, be it to fly, to swim, to dive into fire, to ride on the curl clouds, to thy strong bidding task, Ariel, and all his quality." Her appearance evoked a tremendous burst from the audience, which reverberated loudly and long. It would be useless to attempt to describe the quaint, original, inimitable acting. After the scene with Prospero, Ariel next appears luring in Ferdinand, to whose eyes the spirit is supposed to be invisible. Ariel is playing on a lyre-like instrument and sings, "Come into the yellow sands, and then take hands, curtsied when you have kissed, the wild waves twist, foot it featly here and there, and sweet sprites the burden bear." Burden. Hark, hark, bow, wow, the watchdogs bark. Hark, hark, I hear the strain of strutting chanticleer cry cock-a-doodle-doo. The very first notes, ringing with silvery clearness from her lips, brought the actor from the green room to cluster around the wings. At the close of the air, not a few of their hands spontaneous joined in rapturous applause of the audience. As the melody ceases, Ferdinand says in a tone of wonder, "Where would this music be? In the air, in the earth. It sounds no more, and sure it waits upon some god of the island, sitting on a bank, weeping again the king my father's wreck. This music crept by me on the waters, allaying both their fury and my passion with its sweet air. Thence I have followed it, or hath it drawn me, rather, but 'tis gone. No, it begins again." Ariel sings, "Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones are coral made, those pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, hark, I hear them, Ding dong dell. Burden. Ding dong dell. We cannot follow the performance step by step, but hasten to the more important close.
It is usual for Ariel to appear flying across the stage. This flying process is generally performed by a double, costumed closely to resemble the true Ariel. It would have been difficult to have found a child that so nearly resembled Tina as to deceive the audience, and to destroy an illusion is to rob any play, especially one highly poetical, of a powerful charm.
It was therefore arranged that she should execute the feat herself, but not until the close of the fifth act, when Prospero gives Ariel his liberty. To produce the appearance of flying, wires, invisible to the spectators, are attached by means of hooks and a strong band to the shoulders and waist of Ariel. The child first mounts a high platform on the right of the stage behind the scenes. By aid of pulleys, she along the wires, but apparently floated through the air. In this manner she traverses the whole length of the stage. As she passes out of sight of the audience on the left hand, the wires are gently lowered until her feet touch the ground. The sensation experienced is singular and rather terrifying, but the child of genius was too much absorbed in her part to be susceptible to fear. The fifth act commenced. Tina had thrown around the audience her most potent spells, singing, "Where the bee sucks, there suck I, in a cowslip's bell I lie. There I couch when owls do cry, on the bat's back I do fly. After summer, merrily, merrily, merrily shall live I, under the blossom that hangs on the bough." Twice more Ariel appears for a few more moments. Once the master and boatswain amazingly follow, then driving in Caliban, Stefano, and Trinculo. The faithful sprite then receives the promised boon of liberty from Prospero. There is a slight transposition of the original passages to give the performer a few moments to prepare for her aerial traveling. The time allowed is very short. After her exit, Tina bounded up the ladder, closely followed by her watchful mother. Susan had never felt prouder, more exulting, more hopeful in her life. Alas, for such moments in the human heart. Mr. Gildersleeve was standing on the platform. He carefully adjusted the wires to Tina's waist and shoulders and tested their strength. Then gave a signal to the carpenters above. The pulleys were drawn. Ariel appeared before the audience in mid-air, the waving of those graceful arms moving the light wings, while the ransomed spirit smiled farewell to the group upon the stage. How the people cheered! Many rose in their seats and leaned forward. The illusion was so perfect it seemed as though she must be winging her flight through the atmosphere without support. The floating form was almost out of sight when suddenly it stopped. The arms were still waving. The light wings responded, but the figure remained immovable. The wires, in some explicable manner, had become entangled. The pulleys refused to work. The child, heaven guard her! She was suspended immediately over one of the side lights used to illumine the back portion of the stage. A heart-rending shriek that pierced every ear burst from Susan's lip and gave the first announcement of impending danger. Regardless of the audience, she dashed frantically across the stage, crying, "Cut the wires! My child! My child! She will be burned to death!" Beneath the spot where hung the child, she fell upon her knees, flinging up her despairing arms, and uttered cry after cry, which broke out from the very depths of her tortured soul. All was confusion. Numbers of the audience leaped upon the stage, which was now thronged with actors. The carpenters, apparently paralyzed with fear, vainly strove to make the pulleys do their duty. Mr. Higgins ran from the box-keeper's office, exclaiming, "Save her! That child is the most valuable person in my establishment. A reward for the man that saves her. Save her for my sake. Save her!" Not for the poor child's sake, not for the sake of her agonized parents, but because she was of value to him. The sordid man offered a reward that her life might be saved. As if humanity contained a monster that could save her for a reward, who could have saved her and did without. Thus far Tina, with wonderful heroism, had remained in a state of stony quietude, though perfectly conscious of her danger. But now the intense pain of her scorching feet, every moment increasing, drew from her the most piteous wails. And where was Robin, the only person present who retained anything like presence of mind? He had rushed down to the property room, snatched a hatchet, seized the ladder on the right of the stage, dashed down the platform which it supported, and, with strength imparted by terror, the usually feeble cripple was seen bearing the heavy ladder across the stage as powerfully as though it were held in a titanic grasp. He placed it beside his child, mounted as lightning flashes, severed the wires with strong blows of the hatchet, and caught the child in his arms, just as her gauzy raiment became one sheet of flame. Fortunately, he had not loosed from his neck the cloak which he always wore at night, to protect him against the draughts that whistled around his exposed seat. The child was quickly enveloped in the ample folds, and the flames extinguished. There was a physician among the crowds of people who, in the hope of rendering assistance, had gathered upon the stage. Accompanied by him, Tina was borne to the green room, but oh, what a spectacle for her mother's eyes! Her tiny silver slippers were literally burned from her feet, and a large portion of the silk stockinette which encased her limbs was also consumed. Now the flames had fed on her delicate flesh. Excruciating were the little girl's sufferings while the stockinette was gradually removed, yet less terrible than those of her parents. Susan would not yield up her child to other hands, though her own shook violently as they performed the trying offices. Tina, ever thoughtful of her mother, in spite of the torturing pain, uttered not a single cry, and only now and then an irresistible moan escaped her lips. The oil with which the burns were immediately bathed produced a soothing effect, and her mangled limbs were now covered with raw cotton, and tenderly bound up. She lay upon a small sofa, from which it was found impossible to remove her without danger. Dr. Weldon ordered her to remain undisturbed that night. With what altered feelings Susan and Robin sat down to watch beside her. Their exulting pride had suddenly been changed almost to despair, yet were their hearts full of thankfulness that their child's life had been spared. But the shock to her constitution must be so great, those burns were so terrible, might she not yet die? Neither dared ask that question, but it shone in the eyes of both when they looked into each other's faces for comfort. After pity, curiosity, and interest had all been satisfied, the green room was gradually deserted, save by Susan and Robin. They sat together, hand clasped in hand, the whole of that long, fearful night, watching their child. An opiate had caused a half-sleep, but the pain did not seem wholly lulled. She lay with her eyes partially open, for their shining blue glittered through the long lashes. Her breath was labored, and now and then she flung her arms from side to side and feebly groaned. The kind physician returned soon after daylight, and ordered the little sufferer to be carried upon the sofa to her home. Mr. Gildersleeve, of the carpenters, who had remained in the theater all night, would have borne her, but the poor hunchback insisted that he himself must aid. Tina was covered with shawls. The father took the head of the couch, and the sympathizing property man the foot, and they set out. Susan walked by the side of her child. The carpenter followed, for he well knew that Robin's strength would give way.
It was too early in the morning to meet any but a few stragglers, and these paused in surprise and pity, and some asked questions of the carpenter. One woman said to another as they passed,
"That's the poor lamb who was nearly burned to death last night. She looks as white as if she were dying now. What words for the mother's ears!" Robin heard them also. They curdled his blood, and took from his limbs their remaining strength. "Set her down, Gildersleeve. I can't take another step." They sat down the sofa. Tina was now quite conscious. The fresh morning air had revived her. She opened her eyes and said in a faint tone, "I am better, Father. I'm so glad you're taking me home." The carpenter now occupied Robin's place, and Robin walked beside Susan, who sorely needed his support. As she clung to his arm, she whispered, "That woman said she was so white that—" "But she's always white, Robin dear. You know she's so fair. She's not whiter than usual, is she?" In a few moments they were at the door of their humble lodgings. The sofa was carried up the narrow stair with some difficulty, and at last the prompter's family was once more in their own neat but poverty-betokening room. Tina uttered no groan as her father lifted her up and laid her tenderly on her bed, though every movement rendered her sufferings more acute. "Ah, my birdie, this is a terrible blow to befall you," said the anguished parent. "Father," she whispered, "did you not tell me that good comes out of every affliction which we bear patiently? I mean to be patient, oh, so patient, if you and Mother will help me." "We will help you, my own birdie. We will all be patient, and the Lord will not take thee, our only treasure, away from us. No, he will not." Not unless it be for your best good and for mine, Father," replied the child. The poor prompter bowed his head. They were his own teachings. How could he rebel? End of section 14. Section 15 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Prompter's Daughter by Cora MOWATT. Chapter 6. When Dr. Weldon visited Robin Trueheart's humble lodgings that day, he found Tina in a heavy sleep, but her sharp, quick breathing, the crimson spot on either cheek, betokened the presence of a high fever. The doctor's whispered inquiries and his light touch upon her throbbing pulse aroused her. She opened wide her large eyes, now shining with unusual luster, but they looked vacantly around. Her mother bent tenderly over her, but no answer came to her anxious questions. Then suddenly the child raised herself up on her pillow and broke out in song. The liquid notes rang through the chamber as she warbled, "Where the bee sucks, there suck I. In the cowslip's bell I lie." Susan no longer wept or trembled. Her bending, reed-like nature rose up strong and firm under the heavy pressure of this trial. Her tears were petrified by the greatness of her affliction. With unfaltering step she followed the physician from the chamber. "Doctor, will she live? Will my child live?" was all she said, and the words were uttered in a calm tone. "I trust so," was his evasive answer. The mother's fear-quickened perception construed the reply aright. At that moment the child's voice again struck on her ear. "Under the blossom that hangs on the bough, that hangs on the bough, that hangs on the bough," sang Tina. The day before, Susan would have thought it impossible that she could shudder at the sound of that delicious melody. She returned to the bedside of the child, who now sank back, oppressed with sleep, now started up, murmuring snatches of aerial song. "Ding dong dell, ding dong dell." She repeated that burden, the knell sang by the sea nymphs, over and over, until Susan at last felt as though the whole universe was filled with that one haunting sound, that melodious knell. She heard it when the child's lips were mute. Night and day it echoed in her ears, and drowned all other tones. The accident occurred on Monday, and through the long week Robin had to fulfill his duties at the theater as usual. Susan kept sleepless vigils beside the couch of the child. Her engagement was, of course, relinquished, with it her salary and Tina's. It was Mr. Higgins' rule not to pay salaries to actors who were indisposed or disabled. If he were to do that, he argued, his company would always be dangerously ill. He would keep a hospital, not a theater. It was true that Tina had so won her way in some accessible corner of his cold heart that he experienced a strong desire to make her a solitary exception to this stern law. It was not without a secret pang that he decided against an act of liberality, as injurious to his theatrical discipline. But he quieted his conscience by sending the mother a message of condolence, accompanied by a guinea. With this diminution of their weekly salary and the great increase of expenses consequent on Tina's illness, the situation of the Truehearts would have been one of fearful privation, but for the beneficence of strangers who were interested in the child's public career. Not a few noble ladies dispatched their maids or footmen to Robin Trueheart's dwelling with messages of sympathy, money, dainties for the sick, fine linen for the dressing of the little girl's burns, etc., etc. One thoughtful lady furnished Tina with a small elastic bed, a special comfort to the suffering child. Tina had been accustomed to share the couch of her parents, and so great was their fear of disturbing her that until this welcome gift arrived, neither father nor mother, since the night of that fatal accident, had lain down. A few benevolent ladies, not content with entrusting the mission of charity to their domestics, called themselves, but these visits were a tax upon Susan's patience, rather than a consolation to her. It distressed her to answer the numerous queries of curiosity or kindness. She needed all her thoughts, all her time for her child. The members of the company were not behindhand in their warmly tendered sympathy, their proffers of assistance in ministering to the youthful patient. But Susan would not allow anyone to share her maternal duties. She could not bear her child to receive a cup of water from the hand of another. In a few days the fever abated, and Tina's consciousness returned. Though she was too feeble to speak, the grateful smile which repaid the office of love brought sunshine back to the mother's heart. Meantime, Miss Armory learned from the public journals that her favorite pupil's life had been in danger. At first she hesitated about visiting the lodgings of a poor actress, one of that class she had been taught to condemn. But true charity conquered the scruples of an unworthy prejudice. As she opened the door of the little apartment, Tina uttered an exclamation of delight and stretched out her arms towards the young preceptress. "Oh, I knew you would come," she feebly murmured. "Miss Lucy, that is my dear mother, and," she added in a whisper, her eyes filling with tears as she recalled the scene at the Sunday school, "she's not shocking, but good, heavenly good." Miss Armory greeted Susan cordially, and told her that she had come to assist in tending the beloved little invalid. Susan could not decline her services, for she knew that they would be a welcome to the child, but a jealous pang shot through her heart. "You look very much worn out, Miss Trueheart," remarked the young girl in a tone of sympathy. "Do not think of me," answered Susan. "Now that I dare hope that my child will recover, I shall have all the strength that I need." From that time Miss Armory came daily, spent many hours with her former pupil. The kind-hearted girl read to her, conversed with her, amused her. Susan sat silently by. It was not easy for her to talk to strangers at any time, but now she shrank more than ever within herself. She remembered Miss Armory's prejudices against the stage, but had not sufficient strength of character to enable her to combat them. In the most distant corner of the room, half concealed by a friendly window curtain, sat the mother, hiding her emotions when she found her place occupied by another. Through those long daily visits, she chid her own heart for its discontent, and repeated internally over and over again, "My child is happier when Miss Lucy comes. What matter for me?" At the end of a month, Tina was pronounced out of danger, but it was obvious that some time must elapse before she could resume her profession. The liberal donations now ceased. Those formerly received had been expended. Robin's family had only his small salary to depend upon. This could not meet the weekly outlay. Susan found herself unable to purchase the expensive medicines ordered by the physician. From that moment she said mentally, "I must work again. Oh, what a heavy heart I shall carry to the theater! But I must work that my little one may not want." Mrs. Gildersleeve offered to watch beside Tina during her mother's absence. The good landlady's presence was seldom needed, for Miss Armory came regularly at the hour for rehearsal and remained until Susan's return. In the evening, before the latter left for the theater, Miss Lucy was again at her post. The first morning that Susan re-entered the theater, when she stood upon the stage and cast her eyes up to the spot where Tina had been suspended almost in the embrace of death, her blood suddenly congealed, her pulses ceased to beat, and the place swam and then grew dark. She tried to take a step towards Robin, but fell senseless to the ground. She had fainted for the first time in her life. When consciousness returned, she found herself lying on the green-room sofa, the same sofa on which Tina had been conveyed to her lodgings. Robin supported her head, and a crowd of actors and actresses were kindly ministering to her. "Ah, Sue, I felt just the same when I looked up to that fatal place. But cheer up, wife, for our Bertie is spared to us," whispered her husband. And Susan was comforted, and in a short time declared herself able to return to the stage. Robin seated her on a chair by one of the wings, and returned to his station at the prompter's table. Inadvertently he had chosen the very spot where she had sat and watched the rehearsal of Pizarro, when Tina had first enacted Cora's child. How well she remembered that day, and her own terror at the comparatively slight peril in which her child was then placed. She thanked heaven that the veil of the future had not been lifted, and no presage of a more terrible evil had entered her soul. The call boy's summons aroused her from her reverie, and, with a slow, staggering step, she walked through her trifling part. Another month passed, and still another, and at the end of a third month, Tina once more breathed fresh air and beheld the blue sky. At her young teacher's invitation, she was conveyed in an easy carriage to Kew Gardens. Little knew the poor child actress of the wondrous beauties of nature. She had never dreamed of such a paradise as these gardens revealed to her. The memorable mammoth grapevine, the extensive conservatories, the picturesque shrubberies, the magnificent old trees, the profusion of gorgeous flowers, all these were a marvel. The flowers to which her young eyes had been too well accustomed were fabricated of bright tissue paper or colored cambric. The cut woods were manufactured of canvas, bedaubed with impossible trees. The stage groves and gardens she had nightly moved among were things of paint and glare and gaudiness. She saluted nature with bursts of joyous greeting, a loving recognition, though nature had heretofore been known only through rudely painted image. The child almost flew about, drinking in the balmy air, basking in the sunshine, kissing the flowers which she was not permitted to pluck, now lifting up her arms and sweet face in mute wonder, her ecstasy now gushing forth in song. Her long-lost buoyancy of spirit, for the moment restored, vented itself in music. It was only a short period since she had been able to walk again, and generally the effort of taking a few steps caused her pain, but she was conscious of neither weakness nor suffering as she darted about over the lawn, until the buttercups had showered her feet with yellow dust, and she bade Miss Armory look at the golden slippers the flowers had given her. At last she grew weary from the unwonted exercise and lay down, with her head resting on Miss Lucy's lap, beneath the shade of a branching oak, catching glimpses of the sky through the wind-shaken foliage, and singing without pause, singing as birds sing, from that gleefulness within which turns to melody. After they had passed several hours in this manner, the young Sunday school teacher warned her companion that it was time to return. But Tina could not tear herself away from this newly found Elysium. She pleaded for a few more moments, and still a few moments more, until the trees began to cast long shadows, and the roseate light grew gray, and the perfumed air became slightly chilly. Then she was reluctantly conducted back to the carriage. Her exuberant spirits sustained her a while the excitement lasted, but a reaction succeeded its removal. That night the fever returned with increased violence. No words of blame were uttered by Tina's parents, but Miss Amory could not forgive her own unconscious imprudence. Her attention, her devotions were redoubled. She was now seldom absent from the child's couch. She literally spent her days at Robin Trueheart's lodgings. In a few weeks the young sufferer rallied. Those beautiful gardens were forever a haunting memory stored up in her mind, but she did not ask to see them again. She seemed to be aware that her joy had not been temperate. She had been intoxicated by the exhilarating air, the pastoral sights and sounds. She had reveled in them until the golden rule of moderation was forgotten. "I must not run any more risk or ask for any more indulgences. I must get well and go to work again," she would often say. "How ill my poor mother looks! If I could only work and let her rest." The anxiety of the last few months had wrought an alarming change in Susan. Her cheeks were daily growing more hollow. Her weary eyes were deeply sunken and circled with dark rings. Her form, always slight, was becoming emaciated. His watchful eyes saw the sad transition, and there was a mysterious admonition in his heart, a foreboding of ill, which he could not stifle. He marked how wearily she went through her allotted duties, to what a faint key her voice had sunk, how uncertain her steps had become. She never complained, and to his tender inquiries always answered that she was well.
She did not suffer. She was very happy.
Was not her child recovering? She was so blessed in all things that she asked of her Heavenly Father no added blessings. She only prayed to become worthier of receiving those she enjoyed. Robin gazed upon her earnestly. Her cheek was so very pale, her eyes so dim, her whole mien pervaded by such an air of languor, that he could not help saying, "Then you are not suffering or grieving, Sue? You would not hide it from me if you were." "Hide it? No, Robin, I have never concealed anything from you in my life." And it was true. Within her guileless heart there were no secret chambers, no curtained depths, which veiled the innermost sanctuary from her husband's eyes. Unlike as were these twain in all external appearances, there was a similitude of soul which daily joined them more and more closely together. The silver links of perfect sympathy had never been broken or even jarred. The eyes of both were fixed on the same goal. The feet of both walked in the same path. All their thoughts were in unison. Their faith was planted on the same rock. Their knees bowed to the same God. Theirs was the union of two minds whose strong affinity drew them into one. Not that their love was a dull, unvarying stream, gliding in smooth monotony. It passed through soft gradations into love's different seasons, every one more perfect than the other, seasons that are exquisitely described by one of our country's minstrels in these lines: "The springtime of love is both happy and gay, for joy sprinkles blossoms and balm in our way. The sky, earth, and ocean in beauty repose, and all the bright future is couleur de la rose. The summer of love is the bloom of the heart, when hill, grove, and valley their music impart, and the pure glow of heaven is seen in fond eyes, and lakes show the rainbow that's hung in the skies. The autumn of love is the season of cheer, life's mild Indian summer, the smile of the year, which comes when the golden, ripe harvest is stored and yields its own blessing, repose, and reward. The winter of love is the beam that we win while the storm scowls without from the sunshine within. Love's reign is eternal, the heart is his throne, and he has all seasons of life for his own. G.P. Morris. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kelly Taylor. The Prompter's Daughter by Cora MOWATT. Chapter 7. 5 months had elapsed since the night of the appalling catastrophe. Tina had not regained her former elastic vigor, but she persuaded herself and her parents that she was restored to health. Had her constitution been strengthened during these first 7 years of her life by a close obedience to physical laws, the recuperative powers inherent in childhood might have effected a thorough restoration. It now became evident that the high cultivation of her precocious mind had sapped the springs of vitality. Her so-called recovery was simply toe healing of the burns. The returned facility of locomotion, not the ruddy glow, the bounding pulse, the functional activity of positive health. Christmas was approaching. The usual pantomime which celebrates Christmas festivities was in preparation. One character Mr. Tuttle found difficult to cast, that of Fairy Queen, whose duty it was to transform the young lovers, for certain disobedient conduct, into the customary Columbine and Harlequin, and metamorph those crabbed fathers into clown and pantaloon. The fairy was only required to exhibit herself at intervals during the pantomime, and pronounce a few doggerel lines as she dispensed her favors or dealt out retributive justice. The role was one technically called a light part, but demanding judicious representation. Mr. Higgins became particularly anxious that this Fairy Queen might be personated by Tina. His audiences had fallen off of late. Her return to the stage would give new impetus to his flagging business. She would be an especial attraction to merry juveniles who thronged his boxes during the holiday season. Mr. Higgins himself called at the lodgings of the Truehearts, and made the proposition to the child. He at once declared herself quite able to resume her duties. The manager left the house exulting. The Fairy Queen first appeared surrounded by her attendants, Coral Branch, Dewdrop, Rose Lips, Cowslip, Twinkle Star, Rainbow. Susan was cast as Coral Branch. She would have the felicity of standing on the stage beside her child, a privilege rendered doubly dear by long privation. Tina had not yet entered the theater since the night of the accident, yet she betrayed no emotion at the first rehearsal of the pantomime. Perhaps she was too feeble to be subject to excitement, or it might be the love of her art returned with a strong tide that swept away painful recollections. She always experienced a deep internal satisfaction when the gifts with which she was endowed were brought into use. She was welcomed joyfully by the whole company. Coldness, indifference, professional jealousy, all melted away in the general sympathy awakened by her sufferings. Her presence seemed to spread gladness wherever she passed. Dressers, basket carriers, all left their employments to throng around her and rejoice over her return. Boxing Night, as it is termed, arrived. It is the night succeeding Christmas, the first on which the theater is opened after its close for a fortnight or 3 weeks, during the preparation of the pantomime. On Christmas Eve and on Christmas night there is no performance in any theater in England, a rule not observed in America. According to the old established usage, some gloomy, terror-inspiring tragedy always precedes the pantomime. George Barnwell, Jane Shore, Bertram, Douglas, Venice Preserved are greatly in vogue on these occasions, but although the tragedy is expected, nay, required by the audience, and faithfully represented by the actors, to not one single sentence do the occupants of the pit, gallery, or boxes ever listen. The two former keep up a continual uproar, which would not be tolerated on any other night. Sometimes humorous conversations are shouted out between the individuals aloft and their acquaintances below. No attempt is ever made to prevent this violation of decorum. It is one of the traditional licenses of Boxing Night. The tumult continues until the pantomime commences, and then, strange to say, a dead silence, only broken by occasional peals of laughter, reigns through the theater. Silence, while the performance on stage is principally in dumb show, a deafening clamor while the tragic actors are straining their lungs to render audible their wrongs, miseries, and heroic resolves. Once more Susan arrayed her child in the glittering apparel of the stage. Many and many a time did she kiss those poor little feet, now covered with purple scars, before she drew on the silken stockinette and tied the silver slippers. But when she tried to fasten the transparent wings on the child's shoulders, an icy bolt shot through her heart, and she thought of those aerial wings that had turned to wings of flame. Her trembling hands wholly refused to perform their office. She turned away her blanched face, and silently motioned to the dresser to secure the fairy appendages. When she was equipped, Tina stole to her father's side, and attracted his attention by gently touching him with her silver wand. As he dropped his book to take her for a moment in his arms, a deep shadow passed over his face, and he looked upwards as though internally praying for strength to bear some impending affliction. The theatre was densely crowded. The tragedy was over. The pantomime commenced. In the second scene, the fairy queen is discovered in a crystal bower, surrounded by her nymphs. Tina's appearance was a signal for a perfect hurricane of acclamations. While she curtsied in acknowledgment, Susan, who was standing beside her as Coral Branch, could not help glancing at the round, rosy, laughing faces that clustered in the boxes, and contrasted them with the pallid, wasted child, who received the juvenile greeting with a languid inclination and faint smile. This prolonged clapping of the little dimpled hands, this rapturous welcome, was all in honor of Susan's precious one, and yet it struck upon the mother's ears with a sound of mockery. Her heart sank as it had never sunk before. When the boisterous greeting was over, the pantomime continued. Tina's role was not one that displayed her dramatic abilities, yet the audience was predetermined to be delighted with her most trifling efforts. Her step had lost its springiness. Her movements were undulating but nerveless. Her voice was low and tremulous. Its clear, ringing tone had quite gone, yet all these losses seemed to have no effect upon her popularity. There was a great deal of laughter elicited by Matthew's humorous clown. Hot codlins, as usual, excited the riotous mirth of the pit. Pantaloon was duly buffeted and bullied. The stereotyped traditional jokes played off upon him created as much amusement as though they had not been repeated every Christmas since the grandfathers and grandmothers present were chubby urchins themselves. Columbine and Harlequin and Sprite danced through the scenes at unanticipated moments, and there was a liberal expenditure of blue and red fire at the grand finale, when the fairy queen ascended in a gilded car. Accidents had been carefully guarded against. Everything passed off smoothly. But Tina was thoroughly exhausted by her light exertions. Unable to walk, she was carried home in her father's arms, and remained for a long time in a state of semi-consciousness. After the first night's performance, a pantomime is not rehearsed again. This was fortunate for Tina. She lay almost motionless the whole of the next day, with wan cheeks and lustreless eyes that bespoke her utter prostration. Yet, as the evening drew near, she roused herself with a strong effort, and rose cheerfully, and said she was better and ready to go to the theatre. "Are you able, my darling?" asked her mother sadly. "I must be able, mother dear, for they have no substitute, and the pantomime can't go on without the Fairy Queen." The little girl went through her part with minute carefulness, but her actions were all mechanical, and bore little resemblance to her former fresh and spirited delineations. Her fatigue was not so great as on the previous evening. To use a theatrical expression, she was getting back into the traces. The pantomime ran 30 nights, and every night the heroic child conquered her languor and went through her duties without a murmur. But she faded visibly. Her attenuated form seemed the lightest, most transparent fleshly temple that could enshrine an immortal soul. The pantomime was announced for the last time. Tina found herself scarcely able to totter through the first scene. She struggled desperately. The words died away unuttered on her parched and powerless lips. Then she smiled mournfully and shook her head. Those who were acting with her comprehended the signal. They no longer waited for their cues, but spoke when she was unable to proceed. Mr. Gildersleeve stood watching her at the wing. From her earliest infancy she had entwined herself closely about his honest heart. He now left his post and hurried to the back of the stage, behind the scenes. There stood the bed used for Juliet's chamber. With thoughtful kindness he took the small mattress and carried it to the old property room. As Tina staggered from the stage into her mother's arms, the good man lifted her up gently and carried her to the couch he had prepared. And there she lay, in that same property room where, nearly 7 years ago, she had lain as an unconscious infant, about to be launched into a life of weariness and toil which seemed her heritage. There, in the selfsame corner, stood the old cradle, somewhat hacked and scratched, in which she had been placed as Dot's baby. And there was the young mother kneeling beside her, even as she had knelt upon that memorable night. And now, as then, hopes and fears were struggling for mastery in that fond maternal heart. But hope seemed then victorious. Fears now had gained the vantage ground. "You cannot finish the part, my child. It is impossible," said Susan. "I must try, mother. I must try. It is only tonight, and this will be the last night of the pantomime, the last night of—" She saw her mother's look of anguish and did not finish the sentence. Restoratives were administered, and the child gradually revived. One after another, the members of the company stole in to catch a glimpse of the general favorite. She spoke to them in turn, but in such a strange, solemn manner that some thought her mind was wandering, and to every one she bade a last tender farewell. Even Mr. Higgins made his way to the property room. "Come, little music shell, we shall get you well again before long. We shall have to put another little girl into Prince Arthur tomorrow night, and she can't hold a candle to you. But your father says it's not possible for you to attempt the part. What do you think?" How could Mr. Higgins have asked that question of the almost lifeless child? The dominant passion was never silent. The voice of interest was stronger within his breast than the pleadings of humanity. He would have encouraged the public's darling to make the mad attempt for his benefit at the obvious risk of her very life. "I fear not, sir. I wish I could get through it, but I fear I shall never act again." "Nonsense, nonsense. Don't talk so. You're only a little low-spirited and worn out. We'll soon have you as bright as a button, stirring up people until they almost drive the old roof off the house with their clapping. Never fear, we'll soon set you to right." "But if not, if—" If I am going away as I think I am, if I never see you again, don't forget what I now beg. Be kind to my poor father, my dear mother. They will miss me so much."
"Miss you? We should all miss you, the sweetest music shell, and the noblest Roman of all. But we're not going to miss you. We won't consent to anything of the kind."
"We must all consent to the will of God," replied Tina,
in a tone so full of grave humility that even this ungodly man could not frame a reply. There was something shining in his hard eyes as he gazed at her. It could scarcely be called a tear, but it was the first moisture those eyes had known for years. The call boy stood at the door. "Fairy Queen called." Tina rose with difficulty, and Susan, who seemed too much exhausted herself to remonstrate in Mr. Higgins' presence, readjusted the light wings and smoothed the spangled dress. Mr. Higgins, wonderful condescension on his part, took the child's hand and led her to the wing. How she went through the scenes that remained was a matter of wonder to herself. Strength seemed imparted according to her need, and she resolutely roused herself to make one last effort. The pantomime was over. Tina's stage clothes had been thrown aside for the last time. She was at home again, and Dr. Weldon standing beside her couch. "It may be a temporary exhaustion. She may revive," were his comforting words to her parents. Robin knew better. Susan knew better, but neither gave voice to their fears. The next morning it appeared as though the doctor might be right, for she rallied wonderfully. Yet Robin was not deceived. The play that night was King John, and the poor prompter, with his thoughts full of his dying child, was forced to prompt a play replete with passages that rent his soul. Every word uttered by the new Prince Arthur brought back Tina's tones, her looks, her pretty actions, the burst of applause that they had evoked. Robin could hardly keep his seat. But when Queen Constance broke forth in her frantic lamentation, "Grief fills up the room of my absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks, repeats his words, remembers me all of his gracious parts, stuffs out his vacant garments with his form, then I have reason to be fond of grief." The wretched prompter dropped his head upon the books and wept uncontrollably. When that book was used long years afterwards, who saw those blistered pages divined with what tears they had been scalded. On his return home, he found Tina and her mother lying side by side, talking cheerfully. It was so pleasant to have a night of rest away from the exciting sights and sounds that appertain to a theater. Robin stooped down to receive their united caresses, and for a moment he forgot the menacing clouds about to burst on his head. Henry VIII was the tragedy selected for the ensuing night. Susan was cast as Patience, the attendant of Queen Catherine. In Act Third, Patience sings to the Queen when her soul grows sad with troubles. And in Act Fourth, she sings the hymn which precedes Queen Catherine's death, a hymn introduced on the stage, though, according to the Shakespearean text, solemn music is played, and a sort of spirit dance mutely enacted. The character of Patience was not of sufficient consequence for Miss Mellon to be persuaded to undertake its personation, and there was no one else in the theatre but Susan to whom the music could be entrusted. And she must leave her child, the child whose earthly hours she feared would be so few, to appear upon the stage, to sing. Never had inexorable duty made a harder requirement. There was no appeal from its stern demands. She prepared to depart. Instead of dressing at the theater according to her usual custom, she hurriedly arrayed herself at home. No mirror reflected her form as she donned the flowing white robe and graceful drapery suited to the Queen's handmaiden. She stood at the foot of the little bed, gazing upon the child, while her unsteady fingers fastened the bands, clasped the girdle, and looped the long pendant sleeves. Miss Armory entered while the task was nearly completed. With instinctive kindness, she offered to assist Susan, and the latter did not refuse her service. It was a singular sight. The young Sunday school teacher, who regarded a theater with horror, helping to attire the actress for her part. Singular, but in thy angelic light, heaven-born charity, how beautiful! I shall be back soon, though it will seem long, said Susan, pressing her feverish lips to her child's chilly brow. Go, mother. Miss Lucy will stay with me. Go, dear mother, and don't think of me any more than you can help. Susan opened the door, but twice returned for one more parting kiss, then tore herself away. An actress of high distinction personated Queen Catherine. The Queen's death is one of the most touchingly eloquent scenes upon the stage. Who cannot picture to themselves Susan's emotion as she sang to Handel's solemn, awe-inspiring music the words, Angels ever bright and fair, take, oh take her to your care. Speed to your own courts her flight, clad in robes of virgin white. Queen Catherine wakes at the close of the strain, exclaiming, Spirits of peace, where are ye? Are ye all gone? And leave me here in wretchedness behind ye? Saw ye not, even now, a blessed troop invite me to a banquet, whose bright faces cast 1,000 beams upon me like the sun? They promised me eternal happiness, and brought me garlands, Griffith, which I feel I am not worthy yet to bear. I shall, assuredly. Queen Catherine dies. Her death takes place in the 4th act of the play, and Patience appears no more. Susan neither waited for an escort nor to change her dress, but, wrapping herself in a mantle, hastily bade Robin adieu, and ran home as swiftly as her strength permitted. There was a 5th act and a short afterpiece, and Robin could not leave until these were over. As Susan entered the room, Miss Armory took leave. Her carriage had been waiting some time. Tina's eyes shone with supernatural light as they rested on her mother. Ah, mother, you are back. I see you again. Will you not leave me any more? It seems so long, and I am so cold. Sometimes the room goes dark, and then it is suddenly lighted up. I wanted you, my mother, wanted to see you once more. Will father be here soon? The words were gasped out with difficulty, for her breath came rapidly and unevenly. Oh, my child, my child. Don't weep, mother. You know it must be. Don't weep, or perhaps in that other world I shall think of your tears, and not rejoice enough that the Lord has called me. Mother, that heavenly world. All day I have been seeing in my mind those lovely Kew Gardens, the most beautiful sight I ever saw. And that world must be even more beautiful. And you will meet me there, mother. Oh, I trust so. Soon, very soon. And in time your father will come too. Susan had ceased to weep. Now I love to see you, mother. You are so calm, so like yourself. The pain is all passing from me. My heart is so light. Mother, sing me the hymn you sang tonight to Queen Catherine before she died. Susan's voice was firmer and clearer than it had been on stage as she sang to her dying child. Angels ever bright and fair, take, oh take her to your care. Speed her to your courts her flight, clad in robes of virgin white. A portion of the strain is repeated many times, and the music is majestically slow. When the last notes died away, Susan and her child both seemed wrapped in holy meditation, a species of heavenly trance which remained unbroken until Robin opened the door. "Oh, Father, Father, you are come!" And Tina rose up and almost leaped into his extended arms. "My mother, sing to me now, once more. Sing the hymn we all heard last Sabbath, and which we all love so well. And, Father, you will sing to me too, will you not?" Susan sang, and Robin's manly voice joined in, unfaltering. "Happy soul, secure from harm, guarded by thy shepherd's arm. Who thy quiet can molest? Who can violate thy rest? Jesus doth thy spirit bear, far removed from anxious care. Shepherd, with thy tenderest love, guide me to thy fold above. Let me hear thy gentle voice, more and more in thee rejoice. From thy fullness grace receive, ever in thy spirit live. Filled by thee my cup o'erflows, for thy love no limit knows. Guardian angels ever nigh, lead and draw my soul on high. Constant to my latest end, thou my footsteps wilt attend. Jesus, with thy presence blessed, death is life and labor rest. Guide me while I draw my breath, guard me through the gate of death, and at last, O may I stand with thy sheep at thy right hand." While they still sang, a change passed o'er the child's countenance. Paler it could not grow, but its pallor became transparent. The limbs quivered slightly, and then were extended to their utmost length. The eyes opened wide, as though they saw something invisible to others. She smiled seraphically, and then her features gradually assumed a marble-like rigidity. There was a gurgling, rattling sound in her throat, which the music did not wholly drown. The hands clasped upon her bosom slowly relaxed. All was very still. Father and mother saw all, heard all. But they sang on. They feared to disturb the parting spirit by a word of anguish, a rebellious look. They sang on, and neither wept. The hymn ended. They knew that the angel of death had borne away their child before its close. Susan fell upon her husband's breast, and was folded to his heart in one long embrace. She then calmly turned to the child, and kissed the icy lips many times, and motioned Robin to do the same. They stood side by side, gazing on the angelic countenance. But it was not until kind Mrs. Gildersleeve entered the room that either of them found utterance. Then Susan closed the gazing eyes, bound up the falling chin, and, in spite of Mrs. Gildersleeve's remonstrances, insisted on performing the last offices. She had not once thought of herself, or even cast aside her stage attire. She robed the pure limbs in white vestiture, smoothed the bright hair for the last time, wound its soft rings around her fingers, folded the tiny transparent hands upon the cold breast, fastened them together with a white ribbon. But when all was over, when there was no more that could be done for her child, her unnatural strength gave way with a sudden shock, and she was seized with violent convulsions. "I knew it, oh, I knew it. Thou hast taken thy flight, my birdie, and she shall follow thee," groaned Robin, as he gently chafed the clenched hands. The convulsion lasted several hours, and when they ceased, the seal of death was on her dewy brow. She faintly returned the clasp of Robin's hand. How hard for you," she said. "You will be desolate, for I am going too. Going to be with her, going to our child, going to receive the rich reward of all your gentle goodness. No, no, I will not. I do not wish it to be otherwise. Do not think of me. It is wise so, best so. You will suffer no more, will labor no more. You will be happy. I am content. I yield you up, my wife, my heart's love, as I did her. I bless the Lord for the strength he gives me to yield up both my life's sole treasures to his will. Susan could not reply. Again a convulsive spasm distorted her features. The struggle was short but violent. When it ceased, her face was calm as that of the child, which appeared to be slumbering on its own little bed. Her limbs as composed, her frame as pulseless, mother and child were reunited. For thee, poor hunchbacked proctor, with thy great upright soul, not bowed to the earth, but lifted heavenward by thy mighty sorrows, go on thy way unmurmuring, toil, suffer, struggle, plod through thy thankless duties day by day, night by night. Let the bigot revile thy calling, the self-righteous pass on by the other side, the ignorant stigmatize thee. What matters it? Thou hast taken up thy cross and borne it manfully. Thine was the true heroism of self-renunciation. Thine the heaven-descended love, that preferred the joy of those beloved to thine own, that willingly accepted misery as the purchase of their felicity. Thine will be the crown of glory, worn in eternal youth, when thy deforming hump shall be shaken off with thy mortal coil. The Lord hath taken all from thee, but to pay thee back 1,000-fold. God bless all our gains, we say, but God bless all our losses. Better suits with our degree. End of The Prompter's Daughter. Section 17 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 1. Oh, I could tell you, but let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied. Hamlet.
Will you give me your candid opinion? It's a little short of suicide. You have it. But, returned the aged man, who had demanded that rarest of commodities, a candid opinion, and who, having received it, was ready, after the fashion of the world, to question its truth, but you do not know how immovably her mind is fixed on this farewell. You are not an actor. You can have no adequate conception of the reluctance with which we lay down our dramatic mantle, even when our shoulders are too feeble to carry it longer, how fiercely we wrestle against the infirmities of age, which admonish us that the hour of our scenic triumph is nearly expended. You sneer. That's natural. For none but an actor can comprehend what the stage is to those whose hairs, as mine and my wife's, have grown gray in the blaze of the footlights. She made her debut when she was so young that she cannot even remember the occasion, and now she is 70, just 7 years my junior. How then am I to forbid this leave-taking of the public in whose presence her life has ebbed away, upon whose favor she has existed?
If science may be trusted, her disease must end fatally, coolly replied the phlegmatic Dr. Duff. The exertion of a last effort on stage will shorten her days, but, on the other hand, the agitation consequent upon thwarting her wishes may produce the same result. I leave you to choose between the evil.
Then my choice is Maine, said Mr. Ruthven.
she shall appear. This farewell to her is rendering an account of her public stewardship before she resigns her office forever. If it be true that I must lose her, though I cannot think it, let me not be haunted by the recollection that I denied her these last wishes." Mr. Ruthven rose, and, followed by the physician, entered the adjoining apartment. In an armchair, propped up by pillows, sat Mrs. Ruthven. Even a close observer would not have pronounced that she had, by many years, reached the age which her husband had just declared. Is there some invisible Medea that waits upon the steps of actors, and, when the frosty hand of age is laid upon them to congeal their blood, who pours into their shrunken veins, as did that niece of Circe in the old days of Jason, the juices of precious herbs, which renews their youth? It is a singular fact in dramatic history that, in spite of the late hours, endless exposures, incessant fatigue, constant excitement, and systematically irregular habits, performers preserve a rare degree of personal freshness and intellectual vigor until nature reaches the very verge of her confine. Whence comes the talisman with which they, despite of age's fiat, resist decay? This lingering of youth in age is, perhaps, attributable to the daily and physical exercise of all their faculties. It is through disuse or disease, rather than by nature's law, that the powers of men are early impaired. The traces of severe suffering were apparent upon Mrs. Ruthven's countenance, but they had not wholly dethroned and banished the beauty for which it was once famed. The rose of youth had not dropped off all its leaves. Fever lent its repairing glow to the faded cheeks, its delusive light to the once brilliant eyes. These, and a bright, animated expression, concealed the thefts of time. Mrs. Ruthven was a daughter of an Edinburgh manager. Before she had reached her 30th year, she was distinguished for her consummate skill in the personation of comic and pathetic old women. This was the line she preferred. No petty, unartistic vanity marred the fidelity of her delineations. Her personal attractions were unconcernedly obscured beneath a series of well-executed disguises. She was a perfect mistress of the effects produced by elaborately painted wrinkles, snowy locks, the dowry of a second head, antiquated costume, and a tottering gait. It was, however, somewhat strange that in her youth she assumed, with all alacrity, all venerable roles, but after her years numbered half a century, she evinced a strong preference for the most juvenile heroines in her repertoire. Mr. Ruthven was one of the leading members of her father's company, the representative of all the heartless, remorseless, hideous stage villains. For a good villain, if we may be excused for the joining of opposites, which theatrical parlance unites to convey its meaning, is one of the necessary concomitants of a successful play. Mr. Ruthven became such an adept in portraying the different shades of knavery that the audience constantly confounded the man with the characters he assumed. It cordially detested him, and not unfrequently visited the unoffending actor with signal marks of disapprobation. But the hiss bestowed on the villain is a demonstration very nearly as complimentary as applause lavished on the hero. Mr. Ruthven wooed and won the manager's daughter. Their positions in her father's theatre remained unaltered by this union until his death. Mr. and Mrs. Ruthven then traveled in the provinces for a few seasons, and finally crossed the Channel and settled in Dublin. They had now been members of the Dublin Theatre Royal for 15 years. Husband and wife were alike enamoured of their profession. Though no longer spurred to its pursuance by necessity's sharp pinch, it possessed allurements to their minds which few considerations could have compelled them to resist. Upon them both the infirmities of age had crept very slowly. These were chiefly apparent in the diminished physical strength and impaired memory. Loss of memory it could not be termed, for the language of numberless characters which they had enacted in their youth could be recalled without effort. But to commit the context of recent productions now became a Sisyphus-like labor, ever frustrated the instant it seemed accomplished. Every page in memory's huge volume appeared to be filled. The aged pair were forced to wing, as it is called, all new parts, that is, con them at the wings until summoned to appear upon stage, and then resume the study at every exit. Even this drawback could not render their profession less fascinating. They resided in a handsome but unostentatious mansion in Merrin Square. The smiles of 5 children had brightened their hearth for a short space, and then the homes of 4 were exchanged for a heavenlier abode. 1 daughter remained. Elma, her name was a compound of Elizabeth and Mary, the respective appellations of her mother and grandmother, had just completed her 22nd year. Her infant feet had trodden the boards for the first 10 years of her life. The ensuing 10 were passed in studious seclusion of a justly celebrated London seminary. Her 20th birthday had brought her back to the paternal roof. That she should become an actress was certainly not a matter of necessity, but to the minds of her parents it was a matter of course. They regarded the stage as her legitimate and most desirable destination. Elma did not inherit their attachment for the theatrical profession, nor could a fondness for dramatic representations be engrafted upon her mind by stage triumphs. She shrank from the display of her talents for the entertainment of an incongruous crowd. She felt humiliated when she reflected that the privilege of gazing upon her face and passing judgment upon her endowments could be purchased. Such thoughts never disturbed the brain of a genuine and enthusiastic artist who wholly separates herself from her vocation, divides her actual life from her stage existence. But Elma had not been gifted by this faculty. There is a certain affection very prevalent among performers which induces the larger portion to affirm that they detest the stage, hate acting, that they can't abide plays. This assumed contempt is looked upon as a mark of theatrical aristocracy. When Elma communicated to her parents her repugnance towards the career they designated for her, they imagined that she had adopted the cant of the theatre, and laughed at her declaration. She perceived how deeply they would have been wounded, how seriously disappointed, had they believed her distaste unfeigned, and submitted without further argument. Filial devotion was one of the most strongly developed attributes of her nature. To suffer in silence was less painful than to oppose the wishes of her parents. Had they not called her the balm of their age, the sole thread of their own lives? That balm should not, by her self-will, be turned to gall, nor that tender thread be changed to an iron band tightening around and eating into the hearts that cherished her. Thus, she became an actress. She had made a successful debut at the Dublin Theatre Royal. For 2 years she discharged the duties of a leading lady in that company. But to return to Miss Ruthven. As her husband and physician entered her chamber, she asked in a cheerful tone, "Well, doctor, do you intend to humor me?" "I have left the decision with Mr. Ruthven." "And as Arthur is not in the habit of denying me anything, we may look upon the farewell question as settled. Is it not so, Arthur?" "Dr. Duff thinks there is no danger, Mary," replied her husband, as he carefully arranged the pillows that supported her and seated himself by her side. "Danger? The bow is bent and drawn, the shaft must fly. That much he has already intimated," answered Mrs. Ruthven. "And I have already said amen if it must be, and only ask that you will not refuse to let me bid my friends adieu." At that moment a young girl entered the chamber. Her exquisitely rounded form was several inches above the Medici height. Her half-stately bearing, her queen-like tread, The classic pose of her head on her shoulders, the chiseled regularity of her features befitted a Juno. But the face itself was more suited to a Madonna. If the arbitrary old masters would allow us to imagine a Madonna with a rich olive complexion and shining dark hair wound in a coronet shape around a broad, low brow. She bowed to the doctor, quietly removed her bonnet, drew a chair to the invalid, and fixed upon her a countenance, a pair of soft brown eyes, sweet, earnest eyes of grace, with an unspoken inquiry. Elma's silence had always been a tongue as eloquent as the thoughts had been made vocal. The mother replied to her daughter's look. "Yes, I am better, darling, a great deal better, for they will let me have my own way. The farewell is settled upon." "Oh, no, mother. My father, you will not consent. Doctor, surely you will not permit this in my mother's state," pleaded Elma. "Elma!" exclaimed Mrs. Ruthven in a troubled tone, but her husband interrupted her. "Elma, do not disturb your mother's serenity. You shall not comprehend her feelings. Her earnest desire shall be gratified." Mrs. Ruthven was holding her husband's hand in one of hers, and her daughter's in the other. She drew both fondly to her bosom. The remonstrance that rose to Elma's lips remained unuttered. "Mr. Ruthven says you expect the great tragedian. Do you really think that he will be here for your farewell?" asked Dr. Duff. "Mr. Mortimer is so uncertain, so eccentric, that he can never be depended upon." "The rest of the world may have no cause to rely upon him," said Mrs. Ruthven, "but we have, for here is meadow more attractive than the whole world can offer." She smiled upon her daughter as she spoke. But the delicate bloom on Elma's cheek deepened not to crimson, as it was wont to do on maidens' faces at the sound of a name inscribed in the innermost center of their hearts. Her eyes sought the ground, but their lids veiled a look of pain rather than one of sweet confusion. "Here is Mortimer's letter in answer to mine, quaint as himself. Read it," continued Mrs. Ruthven, handing a note to the doctor. He perused aloud. "Newcastle on the Tyne, October 6th, 18 What so poor a man as Hamlet is may do, to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Gerald Mortimer." Those were the only words the paper contained. The minds of actors are so often richly stored with poetic lore that their lips borrow the language of dramatists almost unconsciously. The student of Shakespeare in particular finds his wondrous, teeming treasury, every passion, every emotion, every aspiration, almost every situation in which humanity can be thrown, clothed with fitting and forcible expression. Truly has a humbler minstrel sang that words of power, flung from Shakespeare's bolder hand, went vibrating through all the land, and found in every heart a tone that seemed an echo of their own. Mortimer was an acknowledged devotee at the shrine of this Apollo of the drama, and constantly sounded notes from his lyre in the strains of everyday life. The history of Gerald Mortimer was enveloped in impenetrable mystery. 5 years previous to the period of we write, a star suddenly burst upon the dramatic firmament of Dublin, and the gazing crowd sank down with involuntary homage. Whence came this potent magician? What is his history? Has he worn the buskin before? These were questions no one could answer. Gerald Mortimer took his audience by storm, towered above criticism, and in a single night leapt to the drama's highest eminence. He was eagerly sought by managers throughout Great Britain. In obeying or declining their summons, he appeared to be actuated solely by caprice. His fame reached London. Offers from Drury Lane, Covent Garden, the Haymarket, the Princesses poured in upon him. All solicitations from the metropolis were briefly declined. No reason was vouchsafed. It was generally acceded that the name of Gerald Mortimer was assumed for stage purposes. There were numberless rumors afloat concerning the tragedian's probable parentage. Many asserted that noble blood flowed in his veins. Others soared higher, and whispered strange tales of the devotion of one of England's kings to an actress. If majestic presence, an eye like Mars to threaten or command, a brow shadowed by Hyperion's curls, were insignias of illustrious blood, he bore about him his patent of nobility. Certes, his name stood high on nature's peerage roll, if upon no other. From his earliest acquaintance with Mr. and Mrs. Ruthven, Mortimer entertained for them a venerating esteem. In their presence he often laid aside his grave demeanour, habitual reserve, and laconic intercourse. Their devotion to their art, which he confessedly shared, was perhaps the first uniting link of sympathy. A stronger chain was forged when Elma appeared before him. Admiration quickly mellowed into attachment. Mortimer, before he addressed the young girl, declared his hopes to her approving parents. In that avowal he confided a portion of his own history, enough to remove all scruples from their minds. His confidence was kept sacred even from their daughter. If he were blessed in winning her affections, the veil that obscured his past career would be torn away before he claimed her hand. That promise was all sufficient. Mrs. Ruthven earnestly desired that the evening upon which she resigned her stage honours might be commemorated by one of the powerful dramatic efforts of her most valued friend. She had pinned him her wishes, and had received by return of mail the brief but expressive reply by which Dr. Duff had just perused. After consultation with the manager, the farewell benefit, so it was called, was arranged to take place at the close of the ensuing week. Mortimer was duly appraised. His answer was concentrated in 2 sentences. "I shall be with you. Part, Damon, G.M." Mrs. Ruthven's forte was comedy. She selected Mrs. Malaprop in Sheridan's play The Rivals for her last assumption. Mortimer never cast aside the sceptre of tragic state to don the cap and bells. He would appear in the part of Damon and Pythias, which was to precede the comedy. The Dublin theatrical world was thrown into a state of high excitement by the announcement of the proposed farewell. The night would be a memorable epoch in the dramatic annals. The morning of the benefit arrived. Rehearsal passed off without Mortimer. He often dispensed with its ceremonies. Actors are usually very tenacious about the sides they occupy, the exuns and entrances of those who are performing with them. The unexpected change of a situation to which they have been accustomed will sometimes obliterate from their minds the context of the play. But whenever Mortimer was asked by a member of a company, "On which side do you wish me to enter?" his invariable reply was, "Wherever you like. I shall find you." On several occasions, when public expectation was raised to an unusual pitch, Mortimer had failed to appear. He never condescended to account for his absence. The manager who ventured to remonstrate was silenced by a haughty request to name his losses. Enormous penalties were paid by the tragedian without discussion. As the protracted rehearsal drew to a close, the actors whispered their doubts of Mortimer's coming. The manager exhibited his anxiety by unwonted irritability, and even Elma and her father began to be alarmed. Mrs. Ruthven was not present. After rehearsal, Mr. Ruthven hastened to the hotel, where the tragedian usually lodged, to learn if he had arrived. Elma returned home alone. Her hand was on the door of her mother's sitting-room, when a sound from within arrested her. Those deep, rich tones could belong to no voice but Mortimer's. Her mind was relieved of one anxiety, and yet she hesitated, as though another had usurped its place. The soft brightness of her countenance, which might aptly be likened to the subdued light of the moon, was under an eclipse as she entered. Mortimer rose eagerly, and the hand she offered was clasped somewhat more warmly than mere friendly courtesy warranted. She released it with a look of distress rather than embarrassment, as she said, "Everybody will be so glad you have come. They feared at the theater that you would not be there."
"And is Elma included in the everybody who is glad that I have come?"
"Of course."
"Your mother had no fears that I would prove faithless in my word. Were you as confident?"
"I hoped. I could not tell. But you must not expect everyone to have the unbounded confidence in you that my mother has." Elma concluded her sentence in as sprightly a tone as she could command. Mortimer resumed his seat without removing his dark, penetrating eyes from her countenance. "Will your father be here soon, my love?" asked her mother. "He went to inquire for Mr. Mortimer, but here is my father." Mr. Ruthven and Mortimer greeted each other heartily. "Sit down, all of you," said Mrs. Ruthven. "I have one rehearsal more to go through, and that will be the last. Our friends will expect a few parting words tonight. I have just written down my valedictory. Listen, little audience, and I will read to you." They gathered around her, and she read, in a faint, tremulous voice, from the paper in her hand. She briefly summed up the events of a life which had in public service flown, from the hour when childhood's lisping tongue first became the interpreter of the poet's language, even to this, when the hand of disease had seized her, and age stood ready to place its paralyzing seal upon her lips. Then gushed forth a torrent of thanks, pent up by an adieu. Her husband bowed his head and hid his face in his hands. Elma, as she listened, shook the holy water from her heavenly eyes. Mortimer had risen and walked to the window. When he returned, the many-colored iris around his eye betrayed that nature would not be defrauded of her custom, in spite of manhood's shame. Mrs. Ruthven fell back exhausted. Then, as she marked the signs of dolor in the little group before her, she rallied her fugitive faculties. "Come, come, good people, don't weep before time. No crying at rehearsal, you know. Now, let me lie down. Gerald, give me your arm. Arthur is hardly young enough to support me, for I have grown as old as Sibylla within the last month, and I doubt whether Sibylla was half as decrepit." With the tenderness of a son, the dark-browed tragedian supported the aged actress to her chamber. Elma accompanied them. "Now, leave me to myself, my children." The mother gave affectionate emphasis to the last word. Mortimer turned to depart, but Elma lingered by her mother's couch. Not until Mrs. Ruthven, regardless of her daughter's soliciting look, repeated the request, that she returned with Mortimer to the drawing-room. Mr. Ruthven was no longer there. He had retired to deal with grief alone. Few men were better fitted to captivate a woman's heart and compel its deep fountains of devotion to gush forth responsive to his will than Gerald Mortimer. He possessed that persuasive eloquence that enthralls the ear, that impressive earnestness which fixes every wandering thought, that reverence of manner towards the weaker sex which lures it to forget man's actual superiority and feel itself the stronger, and, most potent of all, that considerate tenderness which recognizes that womanhood is dowried with sufferings from which he is exempt, to render her existence sacred in the eyes of man. "Your mother is failing fast, Elma," said he, when they had resumed their seats. "Very fast, and tonight how I dread it. But no persuasions could induce her to forego this farewell. She loves her profession so passionately. It is so enigmatical." "Enigmatical to your mind, Elma, where there is no answering chord, but it quickly translates itself to mine, which has strings to respond to this too earthly music. Yet your unaffected distaste for the stage only commands my admiration. It hardly deserves the name of distaste. I have experienced a sort of pleasure in its personations, but my imagination pictures a more delightful mode of life. I am lamentably deficient in ambition. I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a queen of infinite space, my throne a cheerful hearthstone, my sceptre too unpoetic a household badge to bear mentioning, a serene seclusion, a holy round of daily duties. Elma paused abruptly, as though the picture she was painting might reveal too many hidden thoughts. "An actor's wife need not perforce be an actress," replied Mortimer pointedly. Elma turned away. "Do not fear, Elma. I will not press my suit until you grant me permission. One single word silences me forever. My happiness could not be purchased by your misery. I am content to know that this white wonder is not promised to any other." And he took her hand, which indeed was as soft as any dove's down and as white as it. "It is not promised," she answered, but the hand was withdrawn. "And your heart, Elma, that has chosen no lord?" A blush that had stolen its hue from the sunset sky now suffused her countenance as she faltered out, "You question me strangely. There was a suppressed emotion, a calmness almost terrifying in Mortimer's tone as he interrupted her. "Be frank with me, Elma. Although your words must pierce every sense, enter like daggers in my ears, and cut my heart in twain, though all my future prove builded on sand and crumble at your feet, yet tell me truly, mercilessly, if you love another." Elma shrank away from his gaze, as though she would evade the lightning's scathing. "What cause have I given you for such a suspicion?" "No cause, nor have I ever stooped to suspicion. I asked the question inadvertently. I make no complaint of your reserve, your coolness, for perhaps it deserves that name. I can exist upon the assurance that your heart is free." At this crisis, Mr. Ruthven entered the room. Did Mortimer note Elma's look of relief? Did he remark on the alacrity with which she busied herself upon some feminine trifles pertaining to her theatrical wardrobe? Could he fail to lack her presence when she thought him absorbed in conversation with her father, and softly glided from the apartment? Elma's upright mind would never have premeditatedly allowed her to be placed in her present position towards Mortimer. He had poured out his own wealth of passion and claimed no return. He was satisfied to woo with Jacob-like patience, if the jewel of his soul enriched no other bosom. Elma had not, therefore, been called upon to fan or extinguish a flame so self-existent, nor could she have overthrown the cherished hopes of her parents without a pang too severe to be needlessly encountered. Mortimer's high gifts excited her admiration. His magnanimity won her esteem, and in a nature truly feminine, esteem is ever mingled with some degree of affection. But he had failed to inspire her with all-engrossing love. And why? She had scarcely acknowledged the impediment to herself. The performances of the evening commenced with the drama of Damon and Pythias, the clever production of John Bainham, a youthful Irish dramatist. Mortimer enacted Damon, Mr. Ruthven, the tyrant Dionysus, and Elma, Calanthe, the betrothed of Pythias. As Mrs. Ruthven did not appear until the first play was concluded, her husband and daughter were compelled to leave her at an early hour. The thronged audience overflowed upon the stage. Chairs were arranged to receive them in front of the proscenium, and the entrances behind the scenes were so densely crowded that the performers could scarcely force their way. Not a foot's space throughout the theatre remained unoccupied. Hundreds never even caught a glimpse of the stage. Pressibility and vivacity of the Irish character are peculiarly inspiring to actors and call forth their highest powers. No audience ever responded more instantaneously to noble and heroic sentiments, or was more quickly penetrated by the touches of genuine pathos, or evinced a keener sense of the humorous. Mortimer's delineations always excited their wildest enthusiasm. We will not attempt to describe the boisterous exhibition of delight with which he was saluted when he stood before them as Damon. To an onlooker, it seemed as though their manifestations could only end in the galleries descending upon the stage and bearing him about on their shoulders. But the tragedian never once bent his stately head, while they vented clamor from their throats. His lips curled with a slight expression of scorn. If ambition had ever made him covet these evidences of popularity, they became worthless in his eyes the moment they were gained. "Long live the star of the world! Blessings be on the bones of his body and all the hairs of his head! Never was the likes of him seen!" These and similar ejaculations mingled with the uproar. At the first majestic uplifting of his hand, silence fell upon all around, like the sudden stilling of tempestuous waves. He spoke. The words rolled from his lips in a gush of mellifluous sound that seemed the mingling of trumpet and bugle tones. They stirred or melted, fired or calmed the hearers at will. Mortimer's imposing presence dignified, ennobled, idealized the most insignificant character he assumed. But to such a role as the self-sacrificing, warlike Damon, he imparted a heroic grandeur that was indescribable. At one moment he plunged into the profoundest abysses of passion and brought their strong workings to view. The next, his melting tenderness struck the rock of stoniest hearts and sent its waters to the subdued eyes. Damon's soul-harrowing parting with his wife, his fury with his freedmen, his thrilling meeting with Pythias upon the scaffold, were almost terrific in their sublime intensity. Yet, while the actor seemed to hold the heartstrings of the audience in his hands, while he strained them to agony at pleasure, he either was not or affected not to be moved by his own personation. He compelled those who occupied the stage with him to believe that his most powerfully portrayed emotion was a counterfeit, that the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart. While the spectators cheered until they were hoarse, the stoical tragedian, in a tone of irony, uttered some humorous sarcasm, which excited the uncontrollable merriment of the players, a mirth which it was often difficult to conceal. From the same audience who were so clamorous in their demonstrations to the tragedian, Elma won a silent respect even more flattering, and to her peculiar temperament far more acceptable. They never broke out to noisy admiration until she had passed from their presence. They never addressed to her an audible criticism, eulogium, or comment. Calanthe is a subordinate character, yet one that enlists sympathy. It is difficult to define the exact order of Elma's scenic talents. Her performances lacked vivid coloring. They might have been deemed cold, but it was a marble coldness of statuesque beauty. They were carved, as it were, in alabaster, but sculpture was not dumb. She never rose out of herself, but she filled her assumed characters with her own inseparable loveliness. If they were narrow, she seemed to compress her nature to enter into their contracted limits, reminding the beholders of a butterfly struggling to force itself into an empty chrysalis shell, but failing to hide its bright tinted wings. She never descended to stage trickeries, nor ever, like Mortimer, courted the applause which she disdained. The extreme polish of her delivery lent one great charm to her personations. Never was the Saxon tongue more musically syllabled than by her lips. Every word was cut fine and sharp, and invested with a value and a meaning which betokened intellect, though unallied with an ardor. The much-abused practice of flinging bouquets at the feet of a favorite performer had not, in those days, reached a height of absurdity. A floral token might fall upon the stage without awakening the suspicion that this was only a portion of the performance, prepared by the manager, possibly by the receiver. In the first act, while Damon and Pythias were conversing, Calanthe stole in upon them. The instant she appeared, a couple of bouquets dropped upon the stage. The one was a magnificent collection of exotics, the other a bunch of woodland violets, the stems of which were confined by a golden arrow. The representative of Pythias gathered up the flowers and presented them to Elma. Mortimer's gaze was fastened upon her as she received them. He detected the involuntary direction of her eyes, though the look was as brief as a flash. That glance had sought the stage box. In the seats nearest to the stage sat young Lord Oranmore and his relative Leonard Edmonton. The fiery eyes of the tragedian rested upon the countenance of the nobleman with an expression which might have been interpreted as wrathful menace. Then he turned them again upon Elma. The bouquets were in her hands, but her face was innocently raised to that of Pythias, who regarded her, saying, "By the birth of Venus, when she rose out of the sea, and with her smile did fill the Grecian isles with everlasting verdure, she was not, fresh from the soft creation of the wave, more beautiful than thou." Mortimer's fierce look gradually changed to one of trustful confidence. We pass over the stirring action of the play, which abounds in fine situations. When the curtain fell, Elma found her mother, attired as Mrs. Malaprop, seated in the green room. Her antiquated attendant, Winifred, stood fanning her. The members of the company crowded round, with welcomes and kind inquiries. A gleam of the olden light fired in her fading eye. Departed vigor returned her enfeebled frame, and to the voice, so faint and hollow for a few hours before, its clear, far-sounding tone was restored. The sensations of the aged actress on the eve of her farewell were so fitly expressed in the touching adieu delivered by John Kemble but a few years previous. As the worn war-horse at the trumpet's sound erects his mane and neighs and paws the ground, disdains the ease his generous lord assigns, and longs to rush on embattled lines, so I, your plaudits ringing in mine ear, can scarce sustain to think our parting near, to think my scenic hour forever past, and that these valued plaudits are my last. Elma could only spend a moment at her mother's side. The young actress was allowed but a brief space to exchange her Grecian costume for the more modern adornments of Lydia Languish. As the comedy of the rivals is deficient in a knave, Ruthven's labors for the night ended with Dionysus. The accomplished stage villain was metamorphosed into the most worthy and devoted of husbands. The welcome which the audience bestowed on Mrs. Ruthven might almost have been said to surpass their tornado-like greeting of the half-idolized tragedian. It was not received by her with Mortimer's scornful hauteur. "Blessings be with ye! The best of luck to ye! Long life to ye!" resounded on every side, at her oft-repeated obeisances. The Dogberry-like applications of Mrs. Malaprop, who asserts that if she reprehends anything in the world, it is the use of her oracular tongue and a nice derangement of epitaphs, never elicited heartier merriment. As the play progressed, it became apparent that Mrs. Ruthven's suddenly restored powers were but bright flashes of life's expiring flame. During the fifth act she could not stand without support. She leaned heavily on the arms of the performers who chanced to be nearest to her, and, If the exigencies of the play required them to alter their situations, others took their place. Every moment she grew feebler, and her limbs wholly refused their office. She was placed in a chair and remained seated during the final scene. The actors, regardless of the parts they were representing, gathered affectionately around, fanning her, bathing her brow, making her inhale pungent odors. The comedy was hurried to its conclusion. The curtain fell. The audience received the impression that their favorite was on the verge of a fainting fit produced by fatigue. After a few moments of compassionate silence, the exhausted actress received the usual summons, and the eager crowd awaited her last adieu. Mr. Ruthven placed the paper upon which the address was inscribed in her hands. She endeavored to rise, but in vain. "Do not make the attempt," remonstrated Mortimer, who had hastened to her side the instant the curtain fell. "Sit still, just as you are. Let the curtain be raised, but do not try to stand." Mrs. Ruthven smiled consent. Elma stood beside her mother's chair as the curtain was slowly lifted to the expectant multitude. One loud peal was followed by a silence so profound that the hard-drawn breath of the suffering actress was distinctly audible. Every ear was strained to catch the last words they might hear from those lips by which they had so often been charmed. There was a strange, nervous twitching about the mouth in its desperate effort to articulate. The eyes that wandered slowly around the theater with a long last look of regret grew filmy and glassy. The face had become thin, sharp, and ghastly. Within a few hours, the paper dropped from the powerless hand. The head drooped slowly to one side and was caught by Elma, who had fallen upon her knees by her mother's chair. A voice reached the audience from behind the scenes. "Let fall the curtain. They will never hear her speak again." Everyone recognized the deep, sonorous tones of Mortimer. Many and many a sob broke through the solemn stillness as the curtain, like a pall, slowly descended and shut out mother and daughter, one of them for the last time, for this, her place, would never know her more. End of section 17. Section 18 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 2. For nearly a week, Miss Ruthven laid in a semi-stupor. Elma's filial love proclaimed its strength and depth by her thoughtful, all-anticipating, untiring devotion, as it had never done by words. Her nature was undemonstrative. She ever shunned the display of emotion, however real. Her profoundest, tenderest feelings were always voiceless. Her character had a strong affinity to that of Lear's gentle daughter. Cordelia-like, her love was richer than her tongue. Nor could she heave her heart into her mouth and make boast of its pulsations. Even her sorrow recoiled from outward show. She might have said, with Hermione, "I am not prone to weeping, as our sex commonly are, the want of which vain dew perchance shall dry your sympathies. But I have that honorable grief lodged here, that burns worse than tears drowned." Those who beheld her ministering with unruffled brow, tearless eyes, and tranquil mien to a dying mother might have deemed her deficient in the very attitude which she possessed to the highest degree. Why was it that life's strange or sad mutations stirred not, overcame not her, as they overwhelmed stronger, prouder, more aspiring spirits? Her aegis was heaven descended, and against it the powers of earth could not prevail. In her perfect trust to the divine providence whose visible agencies, like the penetrative atmosphere, pervades all creation, the workings of whose secret springs, hourly made manifest, redeem life's humblest trifles from insignificance, the providence which watches over the fallings of a sparrow, which shapes our end, rough hew them as we will, in that lay her might. She felt that absolute reliance is the condition of receiving angelic influences, that they are attracted by the trusting spirit, can approach and enter in where faith opens the door, but have no power to pierce the barrier of unbelief. She knew that to live in accordance to the laws of natural and spiritual order is to float on the divine current which bears all upon its tides to a haven of peace. Tossed by the stormiest seas, her eyes ever looked beyond the hour, and beheld the beacon of promise shining in the distance. Aye, through the gloom of sorrow's darkest night, the placid daily beauty of her life could not be ruffled or conquered by circumstance, because she ignored the existence of chance. Such a being could never become the sport of fate, a pipe for fortune's finger, to sound that stop she please. Elma sat musing beside her mother's couch, pondering over such reflections as we have just penned. She looked up after a long abstraction, and saw the invalid's eyes fixed upon her face. A smile parted the livid lips. It was the first look of intelligence that had lighted her countenance since the hour when she fell into slumberous insensibility. For a few seconds Elma moved not, nor uttered a word. Mother and child spoke to each other's hearts with their eyes alone. "You know me, my mother?" at length Elma asked in a low, loving voice. Mrs. Ruthven was still speechless, nor could she reply by the affirmative motion of her head. But the lids of her dim eyes closed and opened again, and her smile grew brighter. These gave assent. Elma, without turning her face from her mother, rose and opened the door of the adjacent apartment. There sat the aged actor and the tragedian. Mortimer was expected to fulfill an engagement in Liverpool 2 nights after his appearance at the farewell of Mrs. Ruthven. The following curt epistle conveyed to the infuriated manager a change of plans. "You will not see me on Monday. Name the damages. Gerald Mortimer." "My father," said Elma, "will you come in? My mother seems quite conscious again." Mr. Ruthven and Mortimer hastened in the room. The filmy eyes of the invalid became clearer as they rested upon them. The old man embraced her with deep emotion and laid his withered, tear-stained visage on the pillow beside hers. It was a strange sight to behold the being who had betrayed stern and ruthless villains until he cheated an audience into believing that he had himself no sense of natural ties, no tenderness, no heart, now playing the woman with his aged eyes. Mortimer had reverently taken the hand of the sufferer and raised it to his lips. She feebly stretched out her other hand to receive Elma's, then laid the hand of her child in that of Mortimer, clasping both together with a look of import which was unmistakable. Mortimer sank upon his knees and drew down Elma beside him. There was a silent benison on the face of the dying woman, the blessing which a mother bestows upon her betrothed children. That expression remained stamped upon her countenance. The affianced pair still knelt with their united hands yet clasped in hers, as she sank to sleep. Yes, to sleep, for her breathing stirred a snowy lock of the head that laid beside her. And now the silvery threads moved less and less. Now they glittered motionless on the pillow. The hand which grasped that of her daughter and of the son she had chosen became a bond of ice. Oh, most sad prognostic! "She is gone," said Elma in a solemn whisper. "Support my father." "Our father, Elma. She has confided you to me. Mine own forever," answered Mortimer. And Elma, who could not misinterpret her mother's dying wish, recoiled not. We will not dwell upon the ceremonies that consign the soul's unjeweled casket to its native earth. In spite of reason, they are fraught with the bitterest anguish to all mourners, even those who feel assured that life's true receptacle descends not to the dark mold where sods above it close, who do not blindly confound this mouldering dust with the true person, with the inner form which gave the outward all it had of fair, which is no kindred of the worm, no warrant for despair. Mortimer had taken his place beside the bereaved husband as an acknowledged son. Elma's countenance wore throughout a serene mournfulness. Her grief never once found vent in loud lamentation. A week passed on. Elma sat poring over a box of treasured mementos which she had gathered up from her childhood. "I have come to say farewell," said Mortimer, entering the room. She closed down the lid with unusual abruptness. "You did not tell us that you were about to leave," she remarked. "I was not aware of it myself. You know I am a creature of impulse, and often cannot attempt to account for my own sudden fancies. I start for Liverpool in an hour, and will try to satisfy Wilcox by acting a night or two with him." Perhaps Mortimer did not peruse Elma's countenance aright, but he imagined that she looked, at the moment, more cheerful than of late. "Elma, dearest, this is no fitting season to talk to you of my joy in the promised possession of the hand your dying mother placed in mine." Elma looked at him with such deprecating eyes that he checked himself, then added, "I will not talk to you of plans for the future, but Elma, there is one subject to which I am bound to allude. I ought not to leave you without. You divine the topic, do you not?" "Yes." "A man has no right to conceal what nearly concerns himself from his affianced bride, yet it must cost me dear to repeat the history to which your mother listened, with which she was content, for, after hearing it, she bestowed her child upon me. I do not ask to hear that with which it will pain you to relate." "Generous Elma, I thank you for this confidence. I may postpone the hour then? You will be satisfied with the assurance that there is no blemish upon the name which I ask you to share, and which I have only renounced for a season. The one I now bear is assumed. My own befitted not a profession to which I was not born. I do not mean that I was destined for any other. Idleness was one of my inheritances, the one of which I grew most weary. In my early youth, a teaching of that immortal bard who can inform the world struck deep root in my mind. The words are these: what is a man, if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Sure he hath that made us with such large discourses, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to rust in us unused. Those lines converted a worldling drone into an actor, for I had always that passion for the stage which you cannot comprehend. Need I tell you more? No more. Are you satisfied, quite satisfied, Elma? With your history? Yes. I believe that no blot can attach itself to your fair frame. I did not mean that, but our relationship to each other will be a source of joy to you. Our hearts will make no discords. When time's potent balm has soothed the poignancy of your present sorrow, when I return to claim you, pray. That single word broke from Elma's lips so supplicatingly that Mortimer ceased. Enough. I am content. How poor are they that have not patience! I was a selfish brute to press this subject upon you at such a moment, nor should I ask for words or assurances from such a woman as you are. You bear too strong a likeness to her of whom the brave, blunt old Kent declared, nor are those empty-hearted whose low sound reverbs no hollowness. Farewell. He stooped over her. His lips lightly touched her smooth forehead, and without another word he departed. Why did not the maidenly blood mount in confusion to the brow which received that unwonted impress? Why did it become paler than before, as though the ruby current had retreated from the touch? And now that he is gone, why does Elma clasp her hands together so tightly, and why does that deep, agonizing groan break from her lips? She turns again to the box, which she hastily closed when he entered. She has taken out a bunch of withered violets confined by a golden arrow. She gazes on them sorrowfully for a while, then stoops her head involuntarily, as if she would press them to her lips. But no. She drops the faded token with a shudder, as though she has been tempted to commit some deadly sin, shuts down the lid, and resolutely walks away. After the death of his beloved partner, Mr. Ruthven grew rapidly infirm. A deep melancholy settled on his spirit. At times he seems on the verge of dotage. The only relief he could find lay in his profession, but his scenic powers seem to have departed. His villains have become tame, meek, and pathetic. They lacked the diabolical element. His memory failed. The prompter's voice could not reach his age-dull ears. Parts with which he had long been familiar he was forced to have copied in large characters, and the pages on which they were inscribed hung upon the wings, out of the sight of the audience. The old man constantly wandered from his situation on stage to consult these suspended documents. Sometimes he painted a speech that played on the fugitive in his mind upon the palms of his hands, or wrote a few of the most important words on his nails, erasing one impression and substituting another when he made his exit. Elma was seldom absent from his side. He grew restless and fretful when he missed her. In her deportment there was a marked and touching change. Her reserved manner invited no sympathy. She never descanted upon afflictions which were too heavy to be borne, but there was an alarmed, troubled expression on her countenance, as though some constant dread were ever present to her thoughts, some inevitable calamity ever menacing her. But for the mild submission that softened that look, it would have become one of settled despair. She had received no visitors since her mother's decease. One morning her father entered her boudoir most unexpectedly, accompanied by Lord Oranmore and Mr. Edmonton. Mr. Ruthven had encountered them on his return from rehearsal and invited them to his house, where they were in the habit of visiting. The father of Lord Oranmore was an Irish nobleman who, at an early age, abandoned his estates and took up his residence in London. In that metropolis 1 son and 3 daughters were born and educated. It was through the representations of his relative, the Reverend Erastus Edmonton, that self-exiled lord had been gradually convinced of the wrong and injustice of an absentee towards his tenantry. He hearkened at length to the wailing cry sent up by England's sister country, and remembered that it was his own. 2 years previous to the period of which we write, he returned to his extensive estate on the outskirts of Dublin. The Reverend Mr. Edmonton, who was now a widower and in declining health, was induced to exchange his pastorate for the lighter duties of the private chaplain at the castle. The living thus left vacant was promised to his son. Leonard Edmonton had been educated with young Lord Oranmore, who, being an only son, lacked companionship. The youthful nobleman and his father had used their best efforts to induce Leonard to enter the army. He resisted all entreaty, and became by choice a student of divinity. But when the season for his ordination arrived, with unaccountable capriciousness he postponed the ceremony, assigning no cause. Elma greeted Lord Oranmore with dignified cordiality, then bowed to Mr. Edmonton without offering her hand, without lifting her eyes to his face. Here was a striking difference in her salutation of the young men. A casual observer would have said that the florid, fair-haired, dashing young nobleman so wholly absorbed her attention that she had not a glance to bestow upon the chaplain's son. Yet the fine oval of that mild, thoughtful countenance, that open brow from which the raven locks waved back and gave its loftiness to perfect view, those singularly dark eyebrows arched over deep blue eyes, those bland, delicately curved lips, were not unworthy a fair lady's note. Leonard Edmonton lacked Lord Oranmore's buoyant, perceptive manners, but a polished ease took their place. The vivacious nobleman nearly rendered the conversation a monologue. Mr. Edmonton addressed Elma but twice, and drew from her only monosyllabic replies. The visit of the young men was necessarily brief. As they left the house, Lord Oranmore said to his companion, "What a cold-blooded fellow you are, Edmonton! A perfect North Pole icicle! Even this charming creature cannot thaw you. And yet it's odd, when she was acting you never missed one of her nights at the theatre. There you sat this morning like a stock, actually letting her forget that you were present." "A feat you never once performed yourself, I believe," returned Edmonton, his laugh but half concealed that he winced at the random thrust. "No, indeed, I forced her to think of me because I cannot help thinking of her. You are always accusing me of hunting after new fancies, but I have been constant to this ever since I first saw Elma Ruthven. 1 whole year! I then became infatuated with her personations, but herself is far more charming than all the poetic and dramatic angels she assumes. Now it is the woman that I am over head and ears in love with." "In love with!" Edmund ejaculated those words in a tone of horror. "And your intentions are—" "Well, really, I never ask myself what they are. I do not know that I have any fixed intentions at all. I leave the future to bring forth what it will. But if you should find that Elma Ruthven returns your affection, I shall be deeply indebted to her, shall feel highly complimented, greatly delighted, and, as I have said before, let the future bring forth whatever it has in store. I suppose a man may be pardoned for a little vanity if he discover himself to be the object of consideration to this divine creature whom destiny has rendered an actress. Elma Ruthven, in her chaste loveliness, is not a woman whose name should be irreverently uttered, nor can her character be lightly estimated by anyone who has been granted the privilege of knowing her in private. The man who is crowned with her love will become the monarch of a heavenly realm, and may well be proud. But that her preference should excite vanity, in the sense which you seem to imply, is a thought as humiliating to her as it is unworthy of you." "Hey day, Edmonton! Have you just waked up? I never heard you launch out in her praise before. Why, you are not in love with her yourself, are you? I shall begin to think it is the actress who is keeping that living vacant, and has postponed a certain ordination for which you are duly prepared. You are afraid of disgracing the cloth. Is that it? What has fired you so suddenly?" "I believe I was a little warm," returned Edmonton, relapsing into his usual quietude. "But you know what reverence I have for womanhood. I cannot bear to hear the name of a woman such as Elma Ruthven lightly used, or the rich gift of her affections, which can only be bestowed accompanied by her hand, rated so carelessly. That is my excuse." "No harm done, Leonard. Only don't grow so sanctimonious before the time. No offense in talking of an actress as though she were flesh and blood, is there?" Don't separate the flesh and blood from the spirit that animates and gives them life, which makes the pulses temperately beat in response to all noble aspirations, making such holy music as Elma's. But here comes your groom. At what a furious rate he is driving those horses! Like their master, they object to the curb, even though the bridle be held by a friendly hand, replied Lord Oranmore, laughing. Are you going directly to the castle? Edmonton answered in the affirmative. Then jump in the phaeton, and spend a little of your judicious whip and bridling upon the horses yourself. Your lessons will do them good. Wish I could say as much for their master. Terence, I shall not dine at home. Bring the horses to the club by 10 tonight. The chaplain's son drove off, evincing no little skill as he curbed the fiery steeds. Lord Oranmore turned his steps to the principal bookseller's shop in Dublin. I must have some pretext for the visit, he said to himself as he entered. He tossed over a number of richly bound annuals, and at last selected and purchased a volume of standard plays, which contained a portrait of Mrs. Ruthven as the widow Rackett. The clerk was ordered to follow him with the book, as he purposed to deliver it in person. It was conveyed into Elma's presence. She was alone. Lord Oranmore pointed out the portrait, said that he met with it accidentally, that he found the likeness of Mrs. Ruthven so striking he could not refrain from bringing it himself, that he might witness her daughter's pleasure. He begged that the volume might be left for her father's acceptance. Lord Oranmore was very sorry, he added, not to find Mr. Ruthven at home. No, he corrected himself. He would be frank and say that he was rejoiced, for there was a subject upon which he wished to converse with Elma. Time, he declared, had dragged very heavily with him during the 4 weeks in which he had not beheld her. What was life out of her presence? Would that his life could be passed at her side! Existence would be Elysium. And could not this be? Would she not give him hope that it might be? Elma made a fruitless attempt to check him. In spite of her chilling mien, his ardent temperament hurried him on. There was a touch of regal scorn in the look which she turned upon him as she replied, "Is it because I bear the name of an actress, my lord, that you have ventured to address me thus? What in my conduct has ever given you the right? I have only to request that you will leave me to the privacy upon which you have intruded." Lord Oranmore in an instant saw his error, and at that moment she became more dear than ever. He would not lose her thus. Miss Ruthven, beautiful Elma, how you have misunderstood me! You could not for a second imagine me capable of insulting you. How often has the stage given up its heroines that coronets might gain additional lustre by encircling their brows. I ask to place one upon yours, where partial nature hath already bound a brighter circlet radiant beauty's own. Let me rob the public to enrich myself. You have no love for the stage. Will you not abandon it for my sake? No. Why is your manner so frigid? Have I unconsciously offended beyond pardon? No woman has the right to be offended by the honorable addresses of an honorable man, but your offer is one that I cannot accept. I should not were I free. I cannot, for my hand is already promised. The last word Elma uttered with a violent effort. Lord Oranmore started up in dismay. Elma silenced the remonstrance on his lips. It was the dying wish of my dying mother. That must be sacred. My lord, you will excuse me if I put an end to this interview. She moved towards the door. One moment, Elma. I cannot yield up all hope. But Elma had passed from the room. I will not relinquish her, exclaimed the impetuous young nobleman as he darted out of the house. End of section 18. Section 19 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 3. Ingenious and reckless by nature, Lord Oranmore made no concealment of his feelings and intentions. That evening he gave Edmonton an animated account of his second interview with Elma. They were sitting in a theater at the time. The play represented was Sheridan Knowles' Tragedy of the Wife. Elma was to make her first appearance since the death of her mother. Edmonton's attention seemed riveted upon the performance. But when Lord Oranmore repeated Elma's declaration that her hand was promised, his friend gave a violent start. Amazement, what else could it be, lent to the eyes which he fixed upon the speaker a strange, lurid glare. The words, "Not possible," issued involuntarily from his ashy lips. "She told me herself," said Lord Oranmore. "But that does not alter my resolves. It has only given them a new impetus. A woman worth wearing is worth pursuing. Notwithstanding this prior engagement, I believe in my ultimate success." Edmonton was again, to all appearance, engrossed in the play. For the rest of the evening, Lord Oranmore found it impossible to conquer his companion's taciturnity. On the morrow, the young lord, with characteristic frankness, we might say daring, made known his matrimonial intentions to his stately father. The astonishment and wrath of the latter could hardly exceed his son's anticipations. An angry discussion ended, as arguments between the enraged parents and self-willed sons generally conclude. The father threatened to disinherit him as far as possible. An entitled estate limited the paternal power. The son intimated his willingness to accept this penalty as the price of following his own inclinations. Lord Oranmore looked upon Elma's rejection of his son as one of the coquettish wiles by which she proposed more firmly to ensnare him. At first the indignant nobleman was strongly tempted to call upon her himself. Then he reflected that his chaplain would be a more suitable person. This gracious, aged man, a benign and charity-loving Christian, evinced great reluctance to undertake the mission. In vain he protested that he was not qualified to act in such matters. The excited father would receive no denial. Mr. Edmonton must paint to the young girl the discord and misery which would be brought into the family by her forced admission, must obtain from her a promise that she would decline all further communication with Lord Oranmore. Elma was at rehearsal when the unwilling ambassador called at her father's house. The clergyman announced his intention of waiting, and was ushered into the drawing-room. Elma, when she entered, was not aware that the apartment was occupied. She stood directly in front of the venerable man, who had ample time to scan her person before she was conscious of his presence. He rose and mentioned his name. What a flood of radiance seemed poured from her face and shone from her eyes, 1,000 dewy rays. There was not a trace of the usual cold reserve in her greeting as she seated herself with unsuspicious confidence by his side. Her dignified simplicity and quiet grace made a deep impression upon her guest. "This visit no doubt surprises you, Miss Ruthven, and yet some of your friends, I believe, now and then exchange our fireside for yours."
Yes, Lord Oranmore has been quite a frequent visitor, and also your son, Mr. Edmonton. My son? Yes, I believe I have heard him say so, but I was not thinking of him. Not thinking of him? Elma echoed the words internally with painful surprise. What, then, was the object of her father's visit? The dancing, sparkling light that illumined her countenance grew dimmer and dimmer as she mused, and then were wholly extinguished. Her reverend guest noticed that without comprehending the change. After an embarrassing pause, with much delicacy, he disclosed his errand. To the father of Lord Oranmore, to anyone in the world save the man who sat beside her, Elma would have replied haughtily. But there was a subdued sorrow in her tone which hardly accorded with the language of her reply. His lordship has nothing to fear from me. In regard to Lord Oranmore, I would not unite my fate to his, were his father and all his kin humbly to sue me. I have never even entertained a passing preference for him. I believe you, my dear young lady. There is an air of truth about you which no one could doubt. My report will wholly calm the fears of Lord Oranmore, for I see you are not a woman who could be guilty of trifling. He did you wrong in supposing that your rejection of his son was a coquettish lure to enslave him. Great wrong. I am as proud as his lordship, though perhaps in a different way. Mr. Edmonton gladly dropped the subject. Though his mission was accomplished, he experienced a strong inclination to extend his visit. He introduced other topics, and Elma conversed freely. He found how richly her mind was stored, how nobly her actions were guided, and wondered not at Lord Oranmore's infatuation, or only marveled that the harebrained youth had planted his hitherto fluctuating affections upon so worthy a foundation. At length the clergyman rose to depart. He laid a hand tenderly on the head of the young girl, with a fervent, "God bless you, my child." Elma knew not that the face she raised to his beamed with reverential affection. The old man pondered for some time afterwards on that involuntary look. It gave his imagination the rein. When Elma informed her father of Mr. Edmonton's visit, she also communicated to him Lord Oranmore's offer, made on the day previous, and her rejection. Mr. Ruthven would have been indignant at the messenger sent to his child by the imperious nobleman, had he not experienced a proud satisfaction in Elma's decisive refusal. He was flattered that a man of illustrious birth had rivaled for his daughter, but he would not have allowed her to enter a noble family. That would be to separate her from himself, to wholly lose her. No. He greatly preferred to behold her the wife of an eminent actor, above all others, of Gerald Mortimer. He told her this in emphatic language. Elma replied, "It is my chief happiness to please you, my father, but let us not talk of marriage. That I should marry yet is not an inevitable necessity. Let us put off all thoughts of it at present." "I did not mean to urge you or to hurry you, my child. It would be a joy to have Mortimer always with us. We are so sad and lonely since your mother went, and Mortimer's presence is always exciting, inspiring. I need a son's aid. No, we won't urge you, but the sooner the day comes, the better. And no doubt so Mortimer thinks. He has been gone 3 weeks. And now he writes to us, prays me that he will be in Dublin next Monday, and will commence an engagement. Here is a note enclosed for you." Elma had perhaps been overcome by her interview with Miss Edmonton, for her head swam. She grasped the chair for support and tottered rather than walked to the window. Her father threw it open. "You are not as strong as you were. Your mother's death has broken down both of us.
Lean out, the air will revive you. But you have not taken Mortimer's note. There should be a restorative in that. Break the seal at once. I will leave you to enjoy the contents uninterrupted." Though her father left the room, Elma sat in pensive meditation, with the note lying unheeded on her lap. At last she glanced over the brief lines and laid them aside with a deep sigh. After that she went steadily on her way as before, ever hoping that the patient discharge of her daily duties would bring repose to her troubled mind. She was passing through a valley of shadows, groping in darkness for a season, but she never doubted that light shone in the unseen distance. To fulfill the task that heaven assigned her was to attract its rays to her obscured pathway. If all were ours unearned, what need of action? If God no problem set for our unfolding, where were the joy, the power, the benefaction of toil and faith and prayer, our spirits molding? Lord Oranmore sought Elma again, but was denied admission to her presence. He appealed to Mr. Ruthven, and learned that his daughter was affianced to Mortimer. The nobleman was not discomfited. He could not place his suit on an equality with that of an actor. He remained confident that Elma might be won. A storm delayed the arrival of the steamer on the morning that Mortimer was to reach the Irish shores. It was near midday before the passengers disembarked at Kingston, and entered the railway carriages that conveyed them to Dublin. The play for that evening was Giuseppus, the youthful production of Gerald Griffin, a highly gifted Irish novelist who, in spite of the allurements of a brilliant literary career, grew weary of the world and entered a monastery in Cork. There he died, at the age of 35, in the second year of his novitiate. Giuseppus was one of Mortimer's most wonderful delineations. Rehearsal had been called at a much later hour than ordinary, in anticipation of the Tragedian's delay on the Channel. He was, however, so regardless of stage observances that his presence at the theatre in the morning was scarcely expected. It was an agreeable surprise to the manager when Mortimer, soon after the rehearsal commenced, walked upon the stage. He was warmly welcomed by the whole company. Perhaps we ought to except Elma, but she was never demonstrative. Mortimer was a rare instance of a dramatic favorite enthusiastically beloved by players themselves. His manner was wholly free from the overbearing tyranny which tragic heroes are accustomed to assume towards their inferiors. He treated the subordinates of the theatre with manly courtesy, an acknowledging remembrance that the feelings of the humblest were entitled to some consideration. It was singular that, while he totally disregarded the clamorous approval of the audience, an unstudied expression of delight falling from the lips of a bearer of banners or a general utility imparted a thrill of pleasure. He often declared that actors were the only judges of acting, the only true critics. The panegyrics which the journals teemed he never read. He scorned the quirks of blazing pens, which, to display the critic's own wisdom, manufactured beauties or shaped faults that are not at random. Mortimer dispensed charities with lavish hand. It was currently reported that the enormous proceeds of his nightly exertions were distributed among the suffering members of the profession. He had freed many from the galling bondage of the stage, and established them in more congenial employment. Did space permit, we might relate not a few touching histories of the objects of his bounty. Upon this day in particular, he listened with ready ear to tales of grief and want, and brightened the dim eyes of poverty with the reflected glitter of gold. He was happy, and true happiness yearns to share its joyful throbs with others, to double, treble them by that communion. Mortimer's manner was unusually buoyant during rehearsal.
At its conclusion, he accompanied Mr. Ruthven and his daughter to their home. Elma had some needful preparations to make for the evening, and absented herself for a short time. Left alone with Mortimer, Mr. Ruthven, with paternal pride, made known the flattering addresses of Lord Oranmore, and Elma's rejection of his hand. Every word struck on Mortimer's ears as the poisonous dart of serpent tongues. He called to mind the last night that he stood upon the stage with Elma, the direction of her eyes when the bouquets were placed in her hands. They had turned to the stage box where Lord Oranmore sat. Heart-searing, crushing, was the conviction that took strong possession of his mind. Elma loved this frivolous, sycophantic young nobleman. Yes, it must be so. Her troth to Mortimer had compelled her to refuse this lordly suitor. She loved him, and Mortimer must yield her up. Lord Oranmore would snatch her from the throne before which he had knelt with the worshipping crowd, would strip from her brow its crown, from her hand its scepter, to discover that with them she had lost the charms of which he was enamored. He would transplant her to a petty conventional sphere of fashionable frivolities, where she must play a cold and narrow part upon a stage where there is more acting than in a playhouse. How terrible would be her fate! Mortimer dwelt more upon her probable misery than upon his certain wretchedness. For love seeks the felicity of the object beloved, rather than its own joy. From the heart where it dwells in pristine purity, the demon's selfishness is wholly cast out. Elma had no cause to re-enter the room so timidly. She needed not to fear being left alone with her lover, nor to dread an outpouring of his passionate devotion. Mr. Ruthven considerately withdrew. Elma bent over her embroidery, counting the stitches with as much earnestness as though there were no more interesting occupation in life. Mortimer watched her for a short time in silence. When he spoke, it was upon indifferent subjects. Very soon he abruptly took his leave. Elma did not see him again until they met at night upon the stage. She represented Sophronia, the Athenian maiden betrothed to Giuseppus, who secretly loves Fluvius. On the very morning of their bridal, a doubt of Sophronia's affection springs up in the mind of noble Giuseppus. His magnanimity of soul points out but one course. He will learn the truth, and return to Sophronia her freedom, if he discover that she is about to place in his an unwilling hand. Giuseppus thus addresses her: "Lay your heart before me, hid as it appears to your own thoughts, with all its aspirations. You may find that I can act as worthy and as free, apart as if I ne'er had stooped so low to win the love that hath at last deceived me. For though my heart doth witness I do prize that love beyond the life-blood that flows through it, I would not weigh it 'gainst your happiness. The throbbing of one pulse. Now believe and trust me." Sophronia: "You are too noble." Giuseppus: No. Do not think that, Sophronia, nor let your generous fear to wound a heart too sensitive affect your confidence. The rigid schools in which my youth was formed have taught my soul the virtue that consists in mastering all its selfish impulses, and could I bring content into your bosom, and bid that care that pines your delicate cheek, and pales its hue of bloom, fit paradise for the revelry of smiles, resigns his throne there, my heart without a pang could lose ye." Aside: "How it burns while I belie it." Sophronia: "I have heard you with wonder that forbids my gratitude. How have you humbled me! O Giuseppus, I would not deceive you, yet For you shall find, although I cannot practice, yet I know what greatness is, and can respect it truly. I would requite your generosity, and what I can, I will. Do not distrust me from any seeming. I have plight my promise, and it shall be fulfilled.
Giuseppus. My fears were just then. Sophronis.
Let them be banished now, my noble monitor. When I shall make advantage of your goodness, virtue forswear me. You have waked my heart to duty and to honor. They shall find an earnest votary in it.
The audience might have deemed it excellent dissembling, but there was no acting in the deep intensity with which these passages were delivered. The confidence of Giuseppus is restored, and he departs to hasten preparations for his nuptials. Fluvius enters and upbraids Sophronia. Giuseppus unexpectedly returns and hears their converse. Sophronia.
Pray you, Fluvius, resolve me this.
Fluvius. What is it you ask?
Sophronia. Suppose, I do but dream now while I speak of this, but say that it were possible our loves might yet be favored.
Fluvius. Ha! Sophronia.
Beware, young Roman, I speak this as a dreamer, but suppose Giuseppus you know is worthy, and loves you as a friend.
Fluvius. Alas, I've proved that, but ill requited him.
Sophronia. I pray you, hear me. Suppose your friend should give me back the promise that I have plighted, most unwillingly, and leave me free to make my own election, wrong or dishonor set apart.
Fluvius. I hear ye.
Sophronia. How would my freedom move ye?
Fluvius, rapturously.
As my life restored beneath the lifted axe.
Sophronia.
We should rejoice then.
Fluvius. We should pale the front, the Afric front of night, with revel lights, and tire her echoes with our laughter. Sophronia.
Aye, and Giuseppus would laugh too.
Fluvius. Ha! Sophronia.
He'd be the loudest raveller among us, aye. He should be framed in the story too, the best, the truest friends, self-sacrificers. Oh, our monument should be in the memories of every virtuous breast, while Giuseppus might find his own dark tomb and die forgotten.
By this dialogue, the noble Athenian learns that his affianced bride weds him from a sense of honor, though her affections, in spite of herself, belong to another. Giuseppus suddenly comes forward and confronts the lovers. They are overwhelmed with confusion, but he, with glorious self-abnegation, resigns Sophronia, and bestows her upon the chosen of her heart. Mortimer's eyes had sought the stage box as he spoke. Lord Oranmore and Leonard Edmonton sat in their customary seats, the former bending forward with eager interest. The anguish and despair of the tragedian became all-puissant, and burst forth in a wild strain of improvised eloquence. He called down the most appalling maledictions upon the one for whom he yielded up his heart's best treasure. If sorrow ever crushed her spirit, or tears scalded her furrowless cheeks, and ended with a prayer for her whose weal he had shipwrecked all his hopes to secure. Actors and audience were alike taken by storm. Never had his magical sway over their emotions been so entire. The theater rose en masse with waving hats and handkerchiefs, and a whirlwind of acclamations. Elma stood petrified. A calmness as sudden as his violence now sank upon Mortimer's perturbed spirit. He returned to the language of the author, but even through that colder channel his agony found vent. Fluvius and Sophronia depart together, but Giuseppus alone cries out, in sorrow's last extremity, "Gone, alone! How my head whirls and my limbs shake and totter, as if I had done a crime. I have. I've lied against my heart. What think ye now, wise world? How shows this action in your eyes? My sight is thick and misty, and my ears are filled with sounds of hooting and scorn. What should I fear? I will meet scorn with scorn. It is an inglorious deed that I have done. I will maintain it against the wide world's slight, and the upbraiding of my own racked heart. Oh, there I'm conquered. He sinks despondingly upon a rude bench, lifts from his brow the nuptial garland, and drops it at his feet. The remaining acts of the play were unmarked by any extraordinary incident. As Mortimer passed out of the theater, he had to force his way through a dense crowd of men, women, and children assembled around the stage door. Men who cheered, children who clung to his garments, women who held up their infants, begging that he would bestow one look upon the poor creatures just for good luck's sake. His hands were seized and kissed repeatedly, and it was with some difficulty that he could disengage them. When they were free, he drew a handful of silver from his pockets and scattered it among the crowd. As the delighted mob scrambled for the coin, he leaped into his coach. Mortimer had hurried from the theater without bidding good night to Elma or her father. The next day the tragedian did not appear at rehearsal. This awakened no surprise. He did not call upon Elma. Night arrived, the hour for rising of the curtain, and still Mortimer came not. A messenger was sent to his lodgings. The answer spread consternation throughout the theater. After returning home on the night previous, he had walked out, and had not been heard of since. The play was suddenly changed. Elma's mind was full of presageful fears. That frantic burst of eloquence had disclosed his belief that she loved Lord Oranmore. What consequences might not the fatal error bring forth? She dared not picture them. End of section 19. Section 20 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 4. 4 days dragged wearily on. No tidings came from Mortimer. His mysterious absence threw an additional weight upon Elma's already oppressed spirits. Mr. Ruthven, after struggling upon the stage for 2 nights, called down the displeasure of the audience by his imperfect assumption of his favorite villains, fell ill and was confined to his bed. His constant query was, "Has Gerald come yet? Has Gerald been heard from?" And when the same sad answer was repeated, he would ask for the 50th time in an upbraiding tone, "Elma, did you say anything to distress him? Could you ill-treat Mortimer?" Her assurances satisfied him only for the moment. Nature's foster nurse, Repose, fled from him. No sweet oblivion closed his straining, restless eyes. Grief had outstripped time, in deadening all his faculties. He became helpless, petulant, and childish. He could not endure Elma to be absent from his side, yet he would not allow her to relinquish the arduous professional duties which unavoidably separated her from him during a portion of the morning and the whole of the evening. The Maid of Merindorp was the play represented on the 4th night after Mortimer's sudden disappearance. The filial devotion of the heroine stirred a deep spring in Elma's bosom. She could not but think of her suffering, perhaps dying father. Her acting won a supremacy over the minds of her audience never before attained. The play was over. She was passing to her chamber to disrobe, and hastened home, when she beheld in the obscure distance a familiar form. "How like Mortimer!" she ejaculated internally. The figure drew nearer. An exclamation of joy broke from her lips. She rushed towards it and seized the cold, nerveless hand. "You have returned! Is it you indeed? No ill has befallen you? Heaven be praised 1,000 times!" There was no possibility of mistaking the rapture that betrayed itself in her tone, her mien, her glowing countenance. Those rare, delicious auguries shed their melting warmth on Mortimer's chilled heart. The dress of the tragedian was travel-stained and disordered. His boots were pierced in many places, as though he had walked over rough roads for a long distance. His hair hung matted and entangled about his bloodless face. His lackluster eyes had the peculiar dreamy look of a recent awakening from a somnambulic trance. "Tell me, where have you been?" questioned Elma with anxious interest. "I do not know. Walking through the woods, I believe. I cannot tell where." "Walking all this time, without shelter, without food, without sleep? Impossible." "How long is it, then?" he asked abstractedly. 4 days since you left us." Mortimer seemed to be reflecting, trying to calculate time, but he could or would give no further explanation. Several of the company had caught sight of him, and they gathered around with joyful welcomes. Elma had placed her arm in his. She was confident that his presence at her father's bedside would possess a remediate influence. "You will continue your engagement? You will appear tomorrow night?" inquired the calculating manager. Elma's voice joined in. "Do consent. You must not leave us. Your absence has terribly distressed my father. He is very ill." "Ill, indeed? Let us go to him directly," returned Mortimer with emotion. "But your engagement? Surely you will conclude it. I have posters put out immediately. Let me entreat you," persisted Mr. Villars. "I have no intention of breaking it," replied Mr. Mortimer. Elma's stage raiment was quickly exchanged for her ordinary garments, and, accompanied by Mortimer and old Winifred, in a few moments she was on her way home. Her father was anxiously awaiting her return, counting the very minutes of her absence. He accosted her peevishly with, "Is it you at last? The play must have been over an hour ago. Elma, why do you neglect me so? Why did you not come sooner?" "I was detained, my dear father. Shall I bring in my apology? Do not be too much rejoiced, for I am going to offer it in the person of a valued friend, whose presence you have missed even more than you did mine." Mr. Ruthven raised himself upon his elbow. "Has he come? Has he come?" "Mr. Mortimer!" cried Elma. Mortimer entered at the summons. The aged actor's delight bordered on the precepts of pain. He could not ask where Mortimer had been, why he had gone. He cared not to know. It was enough that he had returned. All the questions his tongue could frame were swallowed up in the entreaty. "You will not leave us again. I am an old man now. Gerald, you will not leave us any more. Say yes to that." Mortimer turned to Elma. The eyes of her father followed the direction. Yes, I know what that means. She is a girl of few words, yet she will also bid you stay, will you not, my daughter?" "Yes," replied Elma promptly. Mortimer, as readily, but with marked solemnity, answered, "I will never leave you until she bid me." The pain-contracted, wrinkled features of the old man relaxed with a childlike calm. He lay gazing upon the two beloved beings until slumber, so long a fugitive, gently rocked his spirit, and with her balmy breathing closed his eyes. Elma feared that some sudden movement might disturb him. She softly rose and led the way to the boudoir adjoining, closing the door as she passed out. "Elma," said Mortimer, when they were alone together, "have I deceived myself? Was the joy you exhibited at my return all for your father's sake?" Elma, while she sat at her father's couch, had nerved herself for this interview. "I did not rejoice for my father's sake alone. Your unaccountable absence has given me great uneasiness, much pain." "How shall I explain it?" returned Mortimer. "Your father told me of Lord Oranmore's suit and of your rejection. An accidental occurrence caused me to believe that you loved him. With that conviction my heart seemed turned to stone. I might truly have said, with a tortured Moor, 'I strike it, and it hurts my hand.' For I carried in my bosom a thing of marble coldness and of iron weight. I fear to tell you to what desperate deed I was tempted as I wandered. Stretched on the rack of doubt, I thought I could no longer face the ills of this harsh world. But my better angel stood beside me, and I held back my rash hand. I know not how long or whither I strayed or what chanced, until a voice whispered, soothingly, that I was the dupe of my own phantom-like fears. I had not learned from Elma's lips that she loved this brainless lord. That voice sent me back to ask the question. I do not love Lord Oranmore. Never have loved him, never could love him, answered Elma firmly. Those words fall like the healing nectar drop upon the pestilence in my soul, and calm and purify its troubled, tainted atmosphere. If you had loved him, Elma, do not think that I could have thrust myself as a hideous barrier between you and happiness. Had you made such a choice, I must have trembled for your future. I would have prayed you to reflect, but, though my soul is so enfettered to your love, I would have broken the chain with resolute hand when I found that it hung heavily upon you. But this is not so. You do not love him. You have said it. I may pray you listen to me while I tell you all that you have been to me, all that you are, all that you can be. When I tell you how you may make or unmake. Though Elma did not interrupt him, though she sat with folded hands and half-bowed form and eyes bent down until the long silky lashes cast a deep shadow on her cheek, Mortimer paused. Elma, actress as she was, could not banish from her countenance an expression of intense suffering. Your look renders me dumb. Elma, I implore you, let me not deceive myself again. There is something I cannot comprehend. Give language to your thoughts, even to those which could pain me most. I entreat you, do not keep me a stranger to them. What shadow is upon your sweet countenance? You do not love Lord Oranmore. You would not marry him. Surely there is no other. In an instant, Elma regained her self-possession which had forsaken her. She prevented his concluding sentence. It is that I do not desire to marry. Then, as she caught his searching eye, she added, not while I feel as I do at this moment. For a brief space the tragedian sat pondering. God forgive me if I committed ungenerous an action, he said. Many men have been guilty of such deeds when passion gained the mastery over their judgment, and they could accept no guidance. I fear myself. After a long silence he added, Elma, I will but ask one sacrifice from you, one which perhaps I have no right to demand. For, though your mother joined our hands, I must relinquish you, if your heart does not ratify that solemn compact. I fear the effect upon my own mind, were I to give you wholly up. I ask but one promise from you. I would pray you to attach your name to a contract which my eyes can look upon and drink in comfort from. When I feel something dangerous battling inside me, when I have cause to fear that my blood begins my safer guides to rule, and passion, having my best judgment recoiled, essays to lead the way, will you promise me never to give your hand, while I live, without my consent?" "Yes, gladly," replied Elma without hesitation. She rose and placed upon the table materials for writing. Mortimer dashed off a few lines, and handed her the paper. She perused it, subscribed her name, and returned it with a brighter smile. A sound from the inner chamber sent Elma to her father's bedside. He was awake. His first inquiry was for Mortimer, who immediately answered in person. Mr. Ruthven begged his daughter to retire. Mortimer asked permission to watch beside his friend all night. The proposition was received with grateful acquiescence. Elma sank to rest with a lighter heart than had throbbed in her bosom since the death of her mother. She was spared the utterance of lip vows unechoed by her soul. She was saved from the commission of that legal sin which daily stains the life of thousands. She asked not the yearnings of her spirit might be accomplished. Their fulfillment lay with the great ruler of events. Whatever was best for the perfecting of her spiritual state, whatever would promote its healthfulness here and progression hereafter, that would surely be. In this confidence she was content. When she re-entered her father's chamber at an early hour the next morning, she found him conversing in a cheerful tone with Mortimer. "Behold my physician, and the effects of his mystical power," was Mr. Ruthven's greeting as he pointed to Mortimer. With an affectionate frankness which she had never evinced towards him before, Elma placed her hand in that of the tragedian, and looked in his face with tender gratitude. "Tell her our project, Gerald, while I spare speech," said Mr. Ruthven hilariously. "We only wait for your consent, Elma, but the plan is your father's. He says that Dublin and the familiar scenes recalled old memories which have grown painful to him since your mother left us, that his health is broken, that he desires to travel, but he is too feeble to travel without a friend." A son, a dear son," interrupted the old man warmly. "True, a son, at least one who will delight in performing a son's duty. He proposes a round of engagements in England and Scotland for you, Elma, and myself." Assisted by me when I have strength, or I will have," added the invalid. "Of course, assisted by your father when his health permits. We will travel through the British provinces, perhaps go to England. No fear of Elma's not being appreciated there. Gerald has had so many solicitations from London managers, and it will be such an advantage for you, my child." Mortimer's countenance fell. He was unwilling to thwart the old man's whims or wishes. He had invariably declined all overtures from the metropolis. "Time enough to decide about that, my dear father," said Elma, for she saw that it gave Mortimer pain to utter a denial. "Then you consent, my child?" "Willingly, if we can obtain permission of Mr. Villars. We are under contract to him for the rest of the season." "I have a douceur to make him yield up his claims," replied Mortimer. "Trust me, the matter can be arranged." And it was arranged, though not without some difficulty, for Elma had become a sterling value to the theatre. But Mortimer conducted the transaction with the manager, and what arguments he used did not transpire. Mortimer's engagement had been commenced on Monday. He absented himself 4 nights. Saturday evening alone remained. Upon that night he appeared with Elma. More than once he fancied that her eyes strayed to the box where, as usual, Lord Oranmore sat, but he was now convinced that their direction was accidental. On Monday, Gerald Mortimer, with Mr. Ruthven and his daughter, started for a provincial tour. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 5. We do not purpose step by step to follow Mortimer and Elma's career in the provinces. They were everywhere and received with enthusiasm. To these audiences the tragedian was already familiar. He brought Elma before them with exultant pride. Mortimer's habitual eccentricity ceased to be painfully manifested. The erratic comet now moved in a fixed orbit. She was the sun around which he revolved with steady light. Managers, whom he had hitherto kept in a constant state of fear and doubt, rejoiced, and sat beneath their painted vineyards and fig trees in peace. No word of love ever fell from Mortimer's lips, no allusion to the contract he held, no half-breathed hope for the future. The blissful present filled life's goblet to the brim, and mirrored in its sparkling juices but the day and the hour. Mr. Ruthven's eager desire once more to tread the boards remained unabated but ungratified. His voice had grown feeble and piping, his gait tottering, his form bowed, his mind infirm, and yet his profession could not lose its strong fascination. He strolled about nightly behind the scenes until the play commenced, and then took his seat with the audience, listening with entranced ears to the eulogiums drawn forth by Mortimer's vivid delineations or Elma's sculpture-like embodiments. Not unfrequently it was the aged actor who started the applause at some delicate point, which would have escaped the uninitiated audience. The personations of the villains invariably excited his ire. They imitated humanity so abominably, so at least he declared to his accidental neighbors. Between the acts, his learned dissertations upon the true mode of making up and depicting a genuine rogue, his illustration of the effects of crime upon the facial muscles, nightly drew around him a group of wondering auditors. Impelled by love for his art, he indulged them with a small, unsalaried performance of his own, which certainly combined instruction with entertainment. It was 2 months since the travellers left Dublin. They were now performing in Glasgow. Mr. Ruthven, according to his custom, sat in front of the theatre. He was too much interested in Mortimer's gamester and his daughter's Mrs. Beverley to observe who occupied the seat adjoining his. When the curtain fell, at the close of the first act, a familiar voice saluted him with, "Ruthven, how are you? Glad to see you looking so well." And his neighbor warmly grasped his hand. "Bless my heart and soul! You don't say so! I hadn't the least idea of seeing you here, my lord. Very glad, I assure you. Is that Mr. Edmonton by your side? Exceedingly glad, sir, to meet you again. An unexpected reconnoitre, I declare. When did you leave Dublin?" "Only 3 days since. Arrived in Glasgow this morning. Are making a brief tour of pleasure. I need not ask after Miss Ruthven's health. I never saw her look more charming, and she has gained dramatic power. We may expect a fine performance tonight." What father is not gratified by encomiums bestowed upon his child? If any such there be, Mr. Ruthven was not of the number. He conversed freely with the young man of Elma, until the individual who assumed that double-distilled villain, Stucky, awakened his wrath. For the rest of the evening he would only discourse with garrulity of age upon his favourite theme. When the play ended, Lord Oranmore,
courteously ignoring the past, expressed a desire to pay his respects to Miss Ruthven. The father assured both gentlemen that they would be welcome. Mr. Ruthven rejoined his daughter to conduct her home. She was standing near the green-room door beside Mortimer. He was consulting her upon the best selection of a play for his benefit night. "Do you know that you have been acting for some Hibernian friends?" asked Mr. Ruthven gaily. "No," replied Elma. "No. Who are they?" asked Mortimer. "Lord Oranmore and Mr. Edmund. Mercy on me, what's the matter with Elma?" As her father gave utterance to those names, a deadly pallor spread over her face, her eyes half closed, her head sank back, her pulses stopped. But only for a second. She recovered herself almost before he had ceased speaking, and made an effort to reassure him by a forced smile. "Are you weary? Has Mrs. Beverley overcome you?" asked her father. Elma was the soul of truth. She could not have stooped to subterfuge. She answered, though with an unsteady voice, "No, I was not. I am not more fatigued than usual." Mr. Ruthven looked puzzled, as he conducted her to the carriage, followed by Mortimer. When they returned to the hotel, the latter seized an opportunity while her father was at the supper table to say, "Elma, confide in me. I implore you, disclose to me your heart. The pen stroke upon that paper binds you to nothing more but confidence in me. What have you to fear, Elma? What would I not sacrifice for you? Life itself is but a breath I would gladly yield up, were your happiness to be secured thereby. Only confide in me freely." "I have nothing. There is nothing I can confide," replied Elma. But her eyes were not raised to his with their wonted ingenuous clearness. "Strange," said Mortimer sadly, and rising as he spoke, "that I have so seldom failed in reading hearts that were indifferent to me, and that I have no power to scan yours, which is dearer than my own." And he left the room. "Read my heart," Elma slowly repeated. "How should he, when I dare not turn my eyes inward and view it myself?" The mist-like gloom that for 2 months had melted from Mortimer's brow regathered in a night. When they met the next morning, Elma perceived the ominous cloud, but she had no power to strike it with sunshine and dispel its darkness. Some invisible hand had troubled the calm-gliding, heaven-reflecting stream of her own life. She was no longer queen over herself, all her emotions in subjugation to her will. Every time the door opened, her eyes turned that way. The sound of a knock caused her to bound from her seat. Her color varied at every approaching step. During rehearsal she was strangely distrait. She made several unaccountable blunders, forgot her entrances, took wrong stations, grew confused, and could not conceal that her wandering thoughts refused to be chained down to that charmless locality. Rehearsal was but half over when Mortimer suddenly forsook the stage. The call-boy searched for him in vain. At last word was brought that the doorkeeper had seen him leave the theatre. "How vexatious!" exclaimed Mr. Busby, the stage manager. "Everything has gone so smoothly through this engagement. He has conducted himself for once like an ordinary mortal. I was just congratulating myself. Now I'll answer for it. We shall have some fresh eccentricity. No more rehearsals, I warrant. I suppose something has vexed him. 10 to 1 if he will make his appearance tonight." Elma, on her return home, found upon her drawing-room table Lord Oranmore's card, with penciled regrets at her absence. It was still in her hand when the door was thrown open and a servant announced Mr. Edmonton. Where was all Elma's wonted equanimity and self-control? It had fled beyond her recalling at the sound of a name. In her agitation, her fruitless struggles for composure, how could Leonard Edmonton help perusing that page of her heart which was most precious to the eyes of a lover? For that he was a lover the reader need hardly be told. When Lord Oranmore proposed to make a tour of England and Scotland, his sole object was to behold Elma once more. Edmonton had been the associate of his former travels, and was again solicited to bear him company. It was possible, we might say probable, that Leonard's ready acquiescence sprang from the same hope that animated the bosom of his noble friend. The characters of these two young men were in striking contrast to each other, though their affections centred upon the same object. Lord Oranmore was a thoughtless, flippant, worldly, a titled coxcomb. By him Elma was more highly prized because a gaping multitude bowed down before her. To Edmonton that very circumstance would have made her less dear had he not known that she carried an antidote in her heart which rendered harmless the subtle poison of popular adulation. In his pure and lofty mind the false and the hollow found no echoes, yet his expansive heart unfolded itself genially and embraced all that heaven created. The harsh judgments that shot with withering condemnation from self-righteous tongues never sullied his lips. He had become a student of divinity against strong opposition because he preferred to become a messenger of peace, a bearer of balm to the wounded, broken spirits, rather than to hold the highest office which the power of man could bestow. He was too liberal, too well informed, too deeply imbued with Christian charity to suppose that evil necessarily intermingled with the represented history which takes the name of the drama. He thought it no shame to love such a woman as Elma, though she chanced to bear the title of an actress, though she was the daughter and the granddaughter and the great-granddaughter of actors. The lights which shone upon her life had been struck from sparks that Leonard first kindled. It was he who had taught her to seek the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, believing that all things needful would be added unto her, all things which regarded her actual good, not her mere transient prosperity in time, but her unperishing, ineffable, ever-increasing felicity in eternity. From this source sprang her unrebellious patience, her never-failing trust. Leonard Edmonton was on the eve of declaring his attachment to Elma when he was thunderstruck by the information that Lord Oranmore had sought her hand, that he had been rejected, that she was already betrothed. Her image was interwoven with every fibre of his heart, yet he must pluck it thence. It was a hard disjunction, a cruel severing. For a time the flood swept over him, and the Ararat of his existence disappeared. When Lord Oranmore proposed a visit to Scotland, Edmonton found it impossible to trample out a hope which still flickered in his breast. He would see Elma once more, make assurance doubly sure, and part with her, if needs must be, forever. And when he came, Elma, as we have already seen, forgot for the moment her interview with his father, her bond to Mortimer, everything but the joy of standing in his presence, beholding him, listening to him once again. Her manner awaked 1,000 delicious hopes, and emboldened Edmonton to give them utterance. The answer at which his heart throbbed tumultuously was not syllabled in language, nor conveyed in any form that could be coldly transcribed upon paper. But when Edmonton strove to break the spell of her eloquent, trembling silence, and implored her to tell him that he had not been wholly banished from her thoughts, that she had cherished some memory of him during their separation, she raised the lid of a box which stood on the table, took from an inner drawer a small packet, and laid it in his hand. He opened the paper.
within which the bunch of violets, fastened by a golden arrow, which had fallen at her feet on the night of her mother's farewell. But Elma checked his exclamation of rapture. "Selfish and thoughtless! What have I done?" she cried. "How totally I have forgotten all that! Oh, there is so much I have yet to tell you. That bond! A bond! Do not say that you are not free, Elma," he exclaimed in a tone of consternation. "Free? Yes, I am, and yet not wholly free. There is my father crossing the street. It is not possible now to tell you all. Oh, forget these few moments of happiness. I can promise you nothing. Do not keep me in cruel suspense, Elma. When am I to see you again? Let it be today. Let me know the worst today." "Today? How can that be possible? The day is nearly over." Mr. Ruthven, whom Elma had seen from the window, now entered the room. Edmonton lingered as long as politeness would permit, then took his leave without obtaining another word of explanation from Elma. Mr. Ruthven was in a disturbed, querulous state, because Gerald could not be found, because Elma would not account for his sudden departure from rehearsal. Well might her heart sink as she reflected how necessary Mortimer was to her father's happiness. Her quick self-possession once restored, her resolution was quickly taken. She would not cause her aged parents sorrow. She would not render Mortimer miserable. She closed her eyes upon the vision of that calm and holy future which had risen up before her. She would seek the earliest opportunity to confide everything to Edmonton. He was too noble-minded to endeavor to change her purpose. End of section 21. Section 22 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 6. Leonard Edmonton's interview with Elma had lifted him for a moment to the highest pinnacle of felicity, then plunged him into an abyss of doubt. Certain and inevitable evil he could have encountered with calmness, but these perplexing, bewildering hopes and fears put to flight his wonted self-control. Delay became intolerable. He must see Elma that evening and entreat her full confidence. At the theatre in Glasgow, access behind the scenes was not attended with difficulty. A quarter of an hour before the rising of the curtain, Edmonton presented himself at the stage entrance and was requested to see Miss Ruthven. Without comment or question, the doorkeeper gave him admission. No guide was vouchsafed. Leonard entered and wandered about until he reached the back of the stage, behind the flats. Here a couple of carpenters were constructing a throne. King Lear was the tragedy to be represented that evening. He had written a few words on his card, and he wished to send it to Miss Ruthven. One of the men, without interrupting his occupation, shouted to Jock, the call-boy. A sandy-haired lad answered the summons, received the card, and walked off, deliberately perusing the penciled lines as he went. A few moments afterwards, Elma, in her Cordelia attire, appeared before her lover. The carpenters had completed their royal elevation and now bore it away. Elma and Leonard stood alone in the dim light. She was no longer the blushing, trembling girl who had been surprised into the betrayal of her heart's dearest secret. She had advanced towards Leonard with a firm step, an air of sad composure, a look of steady resolve. "I fear I have committed an impropriety in presenting myself here, Elma, but I could not endure the state of torturing uncertainty in which I parted from you." "I am glad that you came," replied Elma very quietly.
I have blamed myself severely for the false hope I gave you this morning." "False hopes, Elma? Was I wrong, then, in believing what your looks told me in such thrilling language? Must I doubt?" "Spare me," supplicated Elma. "Do not try my strength. My heart may prove weaker than my judgment, my resolution." Then she added, in a quicker, more excited tone, "But why need I make any concealment from you, who are worthy of all trust? I should not blush to admit that heaven could not bless me more than exchanging my uncongenial present for a future by your side." "Elma, what words of—" Elma interrupted him. "Let me tell you all while I can. My parents chose for me a husband, one whom they loved, one whom I have the profoundest esteem. My dying mother placed my hand in his. My father clings to him with the devotion of a parent. I could not, would not rob that infirm and grief-worn father of this chosen staff of his age. But, dearest, if his consent could be obtained, it is not possible. But if it were, an insuperable barrier still divides us. He to whom I was betrothed, Gerald Mortimer, as he is called, loves me with all the uncontrollable ardor of his strong nature. There is a mystery attached to him that I have not endeavored to penetrate. He will unfold it himself in good time. But sometimes I have fancied that there must be a hereditary insanity in that family to which he belongs. All painful excitements appear to unsettle his mind. I have exerted a calming influence over him which no one else seems to possess. Think you I could now purchase my happiness at that price, perhaps, of his reason?" "You are, then, engaged to him? I thought you told me you were free." "I was engaged to him, but the moment he had caused me to doubt my affection, he generously released me. He now holds my written promise that I will never bestow my hand, while he lives, unsanctioned by him. His consent, I well know, would be granted at a single word of mine, but that word, which must seal his misery, will never pass my lips. Be content with the confession I have so frankly made, that you are dearer to me than all else upon this earth. Though I will not wring my father's heart, I will not wreck Mortimer's happiness by becoming your wife. Never, never." At this moment, a groan, so full of mortal anguish, seemed the severing of a soul from its earthly tenement, reached their ears. They turned. Elma recognized the kingly robes of Lear. No face was visible, for the clenched hands were pressed upon the brow. The figure passed silently on its way to the green room. "It is Mortimer!" exclaimed Elma, in accents of consternation. "He must have heard my words. Leave me, I pray you. Let me go to him at once, else some terrible consequence may ensue." "One word more, Elma. I honor, yes, with all my whole soul, I reverence your motives. I will not, even in thought, seek to alter your heroic resolution. I would be unworthy of you if I could do so. Only grant me the privilege of sometimes seeing you still as the dearest of friends. But, come what may, even if we never behold each other again upon this earth, there is a realm where we must meet, and, until the day of that blessed reunion, be sure that my heart is true to yours." "As mine will ever be," answered Elma, in a scarcely audible tone. With one confiding clasp of their hands, they parted. Elma sought Mortimer in vain, feared that, in the rash madness of the moment, he had rushed from the theatre. Just as the curtain rose, to her great relief, he joined the group who stood ready to take their situations on the stage in King Lear's hall of audience. His mien was placid. His thoughts were apparently engrossed in his part. When the act concluded, Elma approached and addressed him. He answered mildly. His manner was even calmer than usual. Elma began to doubt that he had overheard her words, but she could not rest without assuring herself, and timidly asked, "Was it not you whom I saw a few moments ago when I was conversing with Mr. Edmonton?" Mortimer regarded her in amazement, then answered with forced composure, "Probably. I was near you for a few seconds." "Oh, Elma, Elma, why is it so hard for me to say, 'Yield up, O love, thy crown and hearted throne'? Why are you so dear that the strength of a giant will cannot tear you from my thoughts? But do not fear, do not look so troubled. You have nothing to dread from me." "I know it, Gerald." "You have made a noble choice, Elma. His love is not a mere toy in the blood. It was the fanciful passion of Lord Oranmore. I have heard the praises of Leonard Edmonton from tongues that delight only in censure." Could Elma prevent the dawning smile that unconsciously stole over her countenance? Could Mortimer help the icy pang that smile shot through his heart? "Do not say 'my choice,'" replied Elma, recovering herself. "Mr. Edmonton is aware, expects nothing from me." Mortimer made no rejoinder, and Elma was at a loss in what manner to continue the conversation or to construe his silence. Lear was called to the stage. When the play concluded, Mortimer returned with Elma and Mr. Ruthven to their hotel. Elma could trace nothing unusual in the tragedian's conduct, no changeful fits and starts, no evidences of the great convulsion of spirit which she had cause to anticipate. When they parted, there was so much tenderness in his adieu, so much confiding affection in hers, that the aged parent, who sat contentedly gazing upon them, drew happy auguries from their mutual cordiality. As he pressed his lips on Elma's forehead and bestowed his nightly benediction, he said, "Best of daughters, what a source of unmingled joy you have ever been to me, a joy that is ever increasing. You leave none of my wishes unfulfilled. It makes me glad at heart when I see you so kind to Gerald. You will not keep him much longer in suspense. Even these old eyes can see that plainly." My father," exclaimed Elma, in a tone of deep anguish as she clung to him and hid her face upon his shoulder. "What does that mean, Elma?" "God only knows the future," she answered, as she released her hold and, with slow steps, retired to her chamber. End of section 22. Section 23 of Mimic Life. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Unknown Tragedian by Cora MOWATT. Chapter 7. The Tragedy of Bertram by the Reverend Charles Maturin of St. Peter's, Dublin, was the play selected for representation on the ensuing evening. The thrilling personations of Edmund Kean first imparted to this highly wrought drama a decided but transient popularity. The more fastidious taste of audiences at the present day rarely demands its performance. Mortimer and Elma met, as usual, at rehearsal. The anxious, questioning eyes she raised to his countenance were withdrawn with an expression of grateful content. Mortimer's face was unruffled as on the night previous. It was fixed, almost rigid, in its placidity. While a scene in which she was not concerned was rehearsed, Elma sat beside the prompter's table, her head leaning upon her hands, her eyes half closed. She was thinking of her father, and of the stormy grief and displeasure which would be conjured up by the knowledge that she could never become the wife of Mortimer. She was asking herself whether waywardness and selfishness were not largely intermingled with her affection for Edmonton. She was hearkening to the reproaches that cried out in her heart with clamorous, accusing tongues, and drowned love's low-voiced, timorous defense. Mortimer stood contemplating her for a brief space. Then he drew near and said, "Elma, I cannot bear to see a shadow upon that dear countenance. Look up and smile, for the darkness is passing away. Listen while I play the astrologer, and tell you of the fortunate star that shines over your head. It gleams through a cloudless sky, and rests above an earthly abode of peace and love, where Elma will dwell. Do not cast the poor prophet of today quite out of your thoughts, when you stand on the rose-twined threshold of that home and look up to that star." "You speak in riddles," said Elma, trying to laugh, "and I am the very dullest of diviners. Time will solve the enigma. When it does, waste a thought upon one who will not be by to remind you." "What do you mean?" asked Elma, in a startled tone. "You are not going away? You do not intend to leave us?" "No. Yes. I cannot tell." "Do not, I entreat you. Think of my father, of his happiness." "I have thought of his, and of yours. I would not secure his with yours, and through yours." "Bertram and Imogen are called," cried Jock, saucily thrusting himself between the pair, and widely grinning with delight at breaking up the conversation of supposed lovers. Mortimer did not again approach Elma while the rehearsal lasted, nor did they meet during the rest of the day. Bertram does not appear until the second act. In Act 1, Scene 5th, Imogen is discovered sitting at a table with a miniature in her hand. The character of Imogen, the Lady of St. Aldebaran, was not faithfully interpreted by Elma's chaste and unimpassioned delineation. As she made her first exit at right, she passed by Mortimer, who had stationed himself where he could survey the audience. "He is here," he murmured in a strange, unnatural tone. Not an atom of coquetry was infused in Elma's nature. She did not ask who, as other women might have done, nor did she affect surprise. She had not once turned her eyes in the direction where Edmonton sat, yet she was instinctively, magnetically conscious of his presence. That night Mortimer surpassed all his grandest efforts in the depiction of fierce, frantic, startling, and appalling passions. In the last act, Imogen dies in the arms of Bertram. Mortimer, during this scene in particular, appeared wrought up to frenzy. Cold drops poured from his brow. His face was livid. His whole frame quivered with strong emotion. After the death of Imogen, instead of snatching a sword from one of the knights, according to stage direction, drew a dagger from his own girdle. The steel glittered for an instant as he pronounced the words, "Bertram has but one fatal foe on earth, and he is here," then violently plunged into his breast. He sank upon the ground, exclaiming in an exultant voice, "Lift up your holy hands in charity. I die no felon death. A warrior's weapon freed, a warrior's soul." Elma's eyes were closed as she lay upon the stage. She marked not the red current that flowed upon the ground, even till it reached her white raiment. The actors beheld it and looked aghast. The audience saw it with mute horror. Mortimer lay motionless, weltering in blood. The curtain fell. His companions stooped to raise him. "Gently, gently," he groaned. "You are carrying a dying man." They bore him to the green room and laid him upon a sofa. "Is he fatally injured? How came he by a sharp dagger? Was it an accident?" were the whispered queries of pallid lips on every side. Elma knelt by the couch, and with firm and skillful hands essayed to bind up the wound. He shook his head as he regarded her, and said hoarsely, "Past all surgery." Then, with a painful effort, He lifted up his hand, felt his bosom, took thence a stained and crumpled paper, and thrust it into her hands. His voice was so faint that she could scarcely distinguish his words, so she bore testimony afterwards, but she thought they were, "It is annulled. Let the sacrifice not be in vain. Pardon, oh my God, pardon, for her sake." A portion of the audience had rushed behind the scenes and now thronged the apartment. From their midst Mr. Ruthven pressed forward, with tottering limbs and a horror-stricken countenance. When he saw Elma bending over Mortimer, with crimsoned hands and garments, he would have fallen, had not a manly arm supported him. It was that of Edmonton. Mortimer's glazing eyes turned to his aged friend, and to him by whose arms he was sustained. He motioned them to draw near. The old man appeared stupefied by grief. He seemed incapable of obeying Mortimer's gesture. It supplicated him to bend down, that he might catch the words the dying man could with difficulty articulate. But Edmonton bowed his head close to the pale and stiffening lips. When he raised his face again, Mortimer had expired. Whether the fatal blow had been deliberately given, or whether it was purely accidental, whether it had been inflicted in a state of uncontrollable excitement produced by his portrayal of Bertrand's stormy passions, none knew to a certainty. If it were but a deed of a wilful crime, God alone could judge him. God alone beheld the maddening throes of his loving, yet renouncing, clinging, yet despairing spirit. The history of Gerald Mortimer remained unrevealed. If Mr. Ruthven possessed a clue by which it could have been traced, this last shock had so far impaired his memory that the questions of the coroner failed to discover the missing thread. 1 year after that night of the tragic horror, a thronged audience were collected in the Dublin Theatre Royal. They had assembled to receive the adieu of one who was dear to them for her mother's sake and honored for her own. Elma would have glided unmarked from a profession which she had never loved, the world forgetting, and by the world forgot, but for her reverence to the wishes of her father, who, obstinately punctilious in all professional and public observances, the unruly waywardness infirm and choleric years bring with them, rendered even his daughter's entreaties powerless. He would not allow her to dispense with this formal farewell. Since Mortimer's tragical death, Mr. Ruthven's mind was gradually weaned from its fondness for the stage. He had slowly consented to Elma's casting off the glittering chain that had long pressed heavily on her unambitious, unworldly heart. Elma had personated the Maid of Merindorf, one of the few characters which she loved to represent for the last time. The curtain had fallen. When it rose again, she was standing where, less than 2 years before, her mother had sat hearkening to the farewell plaudits, which sounded musical even to her dying ears. They had no such melody for those of her child. A serene joy lighted Elma's countenance as, with quiet, courteous dignity, she bowed her adieu. No accents passed her lips. What had she to say? She had done her duty, they had rewarded her, she thanked them. That was conveyed without words. The injudicious few were not content, and demanded a vocal farewell. Elma met the request with a smile that softened her denial, but gave no hope of compliance, and silenced entreaty. The descending curtain shut out that gay throng forever, and Elma rejoiced. She was no longer an actress. She turned to her former associates, her fellow laborers, and gave her hand to every one in turn, and spoke a few gentle words even to the humblest. They gathered around her, uttering tearful adieus and blessings and thanks for past kindnesses.
Then her father led her away and proudly told her she had done all things well. Scarcely had they passed their old threshold when she was folded to a heart as true as ever beat in mortal breast, and her own leaped joyfully at the fervent whisper, "The world's no longer, mine wholly, mine forever." The voice was that of Leonard Edmonton, her affianced bridegroom. In a parish church near Dublin, a youthful pastor was preaching his first sermon to a little flock entrusted to his care. Heaven had gifted him with wondrous eloquence. Oratory was applied to its highest, holiest use. Persuasion's golden flood, gushing from depth of heart and brain, rolled o'er the sluggish multitude in turbid wave on wave amain. The messenger had chosen for his text, "Behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy." As manna divine dropped from his lips, his face shone almost as the face of an angel, or rather, as though the angelic host who inspired his thoughts had shed upon his the reflection of their own radiant countenances. His listeners grew light of heart as they hearkened. Darkly despairing minds received a ray of hope. The sad were comforted, the faint-hearted grew strong, the struggling were touched with peace. True laborers tasted of the precious grapes that grew in the vineyard of their Lord. There were but 3 occupants in the pew nearest to the chancel. At the further end sat an aged man with his face upraised, in rapt attention, gratefully welcoming those good tidings which had only come to him after the snows of 80 years had fallen upon his head. Could this be the stage villain at whose portraitures of crime men once trembled? His venerable companion, at the opposite extremity of the pew, was some 10 years younger. Few and pleasant were the lines that time had traced upon his benignant countenance. Those good tidings had been inscribed upon his heart in youth, and they were ever new. More than once he turned from the preacher to gaze fondly upon one who sat between him and the other occupant of the pew. It was that young pastor's wife, the old man's newly bestowed daughter. He watched every change of her soft and lovely visage as, now and then, an ample tear trilled down her delicate cheek, while the peaceful smile upon her lips seemed, indeed, not to know what guests were in her eyes, which parted thence as pearls from diamonds dropped. Was Elma happy? Had she made a rich exchange? The answer was written upon her countenance in characters so luminous that even the blinded eyes of erring mortals could not misinterpret them. End of Mimic Life by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE.